Hello, Deb.
Good morning, everyone.
How are you today? Good. How are you? Good. Good.
And then, don't mind if I
Morning,
sneeze.
Steve.
Come right.
Morning.
Steve, I just can't help it.
It's always cold in here. So yeah, this morning I was getting dressed. I'm like, put on something a little warmer.
Yeah, me too.
Breaks or lunch, so they're all at the discretion of the chair.
Okay, we'll start with break.
And I think it was like our first series of budget meetings, I did not take the initiative to remind the chair that we need a break and we need lunch. So
And we were all,
I figured there wasn't a break or lunch, so I'd be home by noon to work. Darn. Shoot.
morning, Matt. Can you hear us?
Good morning.
There he is. Hey, good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Matt.
I've been at it since 5 o'clock. Already just got back into the building here.
Oh, I'm glad you made it back.
We did.
How's Debbie
Yeah.
doing?
What's that?
How's Debbie doing?
Great. She's doing great. And tomorrow she'll have a birthday after it's done. It should be the transplant's
Oh.
tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh,
that's exciting.
awesome. I'm glad she's doing well.
She's doing good.
Good. Well, that'd be nice to have that done.
Steve, did you get that text I sent you?
ow,
Not yet.
It's no big deal.
Hey, Terry.
Morning, Terry.
Good morning, Mr. Fawcett.
Good morning. Cool in here.
it is.
Always cool in here.
Really?
Yeah.
Not always.
Oh,
Could have them kick it up a little bit.
is there a thermostat in this room?
Kind of chilly.
Is it hiding behind the flag?
You got any camps going on this week?
All done. Just a little bit of time off until,
When do you start preseason at East Central?
I pushed off as far as our different sixth graders started.
Hey, Jim and Casey, how are you guys?
Good.
Good. Oh, wait, so I won't have to go get my little heater to put it under the table? Can I sit by you? Is it, I always had a heater and a fan at my desk, and it was amazing how much you said heater. I have them both too.
I had a sweater about this thick that Becky had knitted me years ago that I kept at my office. It never came home for 20 years. At my office was, if it was hot out, you'd froze to death in there. If it was cold out, the heater couldn't keep up after it got about 10 below.
Yeah. No, I always look at Teresa Calvin. Teresa Calvin is a freeze baby anyways, but she'll be here in the summer with a turtleneck on and a sweater. And you're like, because I have my heater on.
Well, it's so hard to be able to manage all the offices and to get it, I mean, if you can get it relatively close.
Yeah. And you have how many different body temperatures now? Different, yeah.
We just drive Dave crazy.
I give our staff a lot of credit because I give them a hard time for all the heaters because I'm like, I kind of think this is comfortable. Last week, we lost AC for a couple of days and nobody complained about the heat.
When I left here, Jerry got me one of those radiant heaters because we have no heat upstairs in our house and that's for the offices. And I said, I have my little heater. And he goes, this big one. I said, no, my little one is really good. I'm using this. Put it on my feet.
Hey, Josh.
Morning. Good morning.
Josh. Have you know that this screws up my Wednesday morning routine. Because
Whose idea was
it's a 2 breakfast meeting Wednesday.
Are you going to Alaska next week?
To where?
To Alaska?
No,
Well, that's the meeting
I got-
supposed to be next week, so it's your
got
fault
canceled.
today.
Morning, Kelly.
Good morning.
Hey, you didn't.
It's cold in here. Right. Everybody that walks in says the same thing.
you got the checkbook for the county. You could pay the heat bill.
The new invoice system's not working right now, so.
It's a week with everything.
Oh, shoot.
I've been submitting bills right and left.
Yeah, Pete's isn't working though.
Is that why our fund balance looks so good? Is it just not paying the bills?
That's it, you know? I don't know. Pete's is having trouble this morning, so
Oh,
can't pay our garbage bill today. But you're doing a great job at submitting your invoices, Deb.
Yay. Is it all computers now?
Pam's done with her checks already this morning.
Is this the first time?
No, this is our third week, but
All right, it is 9. So as you can see, Matt will be attending the Pine County Board Committee of the Whole meeting via interactive technology and pursuant to state statute 13D.02. And he is participating from Staybridge Suites, 2350 Commerce Drive, Northwest Rochester. You have a lot of guests there? Public is invited to join this meeting in person or remotely. So with that, we'll call the meeting to order and rise for the pledge.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay.
So, we have no set end time, which is kind of dangerous. And sometimes we've been known to forget to take breaks and take lunch, which isn't good in the end. So if you just got to use the facilities, get up and do it. Otherwise, we will try to take a break every so often. And then we'll see where we're at in the agenda at lunchtime, whether or not we want to bore on through or take a lunch break. So Soil and Water Conservation District update. All right.
Hello,
How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Good to have you.
Thanks. Yes. Still getting used to coming back to things in person. So, yeah, and I haven't done like a presentation in person for quite a while, so you guys will have to bear with me. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Paul Swanson. I'm the new district manager at Pine SWCD. I've been acting manager since Jill left in September of 2020, and was appointed full-time manager in December of 2020. So just wanted to give you guys an update of what we've been up to the first 6 months of 2021. It's been really busy. We've had some, some pretty big transitions, like I just mentioned, we had some pretty big turnovers last year. Jill was there for 17 years. So we lost a lot of things with her as she left. But we also are really looking forward to all the new things that this opportunity is giving us as well. So I'll just kind of start with our staff. So one of my first goals as the manager was to make sure that we get fully staffed for 2021, which has been a challenge for us in the past, is to not only hire staff, but maintain staff long term. That's been a challenge for us, especially since I've been here in the 3 or so years that I've been around. I've seen a lot of turnover. So that's something that I'm hoping that we can change. In 2020, we started working on creating a seasonal forester position. We're able to hire Jake in September of 2020. He's now our full-time forester, and the forestry program has been growing quickly, so that's why we brought on a seasonal forester with the staff turnover and Jill leaving. Me taking my new role, we now are back down to just one full-time forester. Jake's doing an excellent job. Primary goals for the forester is to write stewardship plans. Woodland stewardship plans are a way to work with private landowners to manage their forest sustainably, and also opens up the opportunity for them to be enrolled into tax incentive programs and private conservation programs, essentially protecting or conserving those forested acres. Our list for stewardship plans are regularly 2 to 3 months out for landowners waiting to get a plan. So we're very busy there. Other programs that the forestry position takes care of is our annual tree sale, our backpack sprayer rental, and Arbor Day events, which we haven't been able to do the last couple of years because of the pandemic. Just looking through my notes and my summary. For the technician position, we had a vacancy there starting in December, and we're unable to fill it until this April. We were able to conduct interviews for a new technician in February, and we had an excellent pool of candidates. Actually, it was really competitive, so we were really happy with that. Zach Van Orsdale started in April. He's hit the ground running. He has a background in geology and hydrology, so his previous work experience has already proven useful in learning the programs he's responsible for. He's quickly picking up responsibilities and is working hard to administer our approved cost share projects. And then on top of that, he's been out working with dozens of landowners, helping provide technical advice and assistance, and looking for ways to protect and enhance their properties in regards to soil and water health. We're also a partner organization for a Pheasants Forever wildlife biologist position. Until I would say April, I think it was, Megan Lindberg had held that position. She left for another position, so that vacancy is open. It hasn't been posted yet. We work with NRCS and Pheasants Forever with that position, so there's some technical things we have to work out on that end, but we're hoping to have that position posted and filled again by the end of this year. Going back to Zach, some of the things he's been working on, more specifically, he's been catching up on the previous technicians have left off. With a quick succession of technicians, we went through 2 technicians last year. It was a task in of itself for Zach to sift through all the site visits and figure out where they were left off, to contact landowners, things like that. After he has had it all organized, he put put them into different categories of active projects. So projects we're currently working with landowners to have contracts with, to fund through our state cost share program and our other funds we may have. Finished projects and possible future projects. We have a lot of possible future projects. It's just kind of a financial thing if we can fund them or not. Not only does it help him stay organized, but it also helps the district identify areas in the county that are having more resource issues than others, and it can help target our funding and help us apply for grants to prioritize resource concerns in the future. The water plan funds that the county provides us also help pay for Zach's position. So site visits to landowners, work on their properties, project planning, public education, and collaboration with county staff in regards to water and soil health are things that Zach does that helps implement the county water plan. So we're very grateful for that. And it goes to good use. Working on drafting, I know I've talked to Kelly a little bit about this, kind of a grant tracker. We do that with all of our state grants, so I figured we might as well do that with the funds the county gives us, and I can set that up and have something to report back so you guys can see a little more thoroughly of what we're using those funds for. I just haven't gotten that far yet, so. He's gone on 23 different site visits on Sturgeon Lake, Sand Lake, Grindstone Lake, Cross Lake, Snake River, and the Lower Tamarack River. So he's very busy and all over the county helping landowners. He's helped administer our no-till drill rental program. We were able to rent the drill 12 times, starting in May through most of June, the first few weeks of June. He's also our technical evaluation panel representative on the WACA ordinances. So that's what he's going to be doing today. So he works with county staff, with Caleb and Jeremy on that, along with Bowser, DNR, conservation officers to go look at violations and allow permitting for wetland issues. He helped with our annual tree sale. He's developed planting lists for shorelines, so something we can hand out to landowners when they're asking what they can plant or what they can do to help save and enhance their shorelines. He also is currently monitoring water quality on 3 lakes and rivers within the county. And he coordinates with TSA, which is the Technical Service Agency, which is our engineering group that designs plans for us. He's gone on 6 different site visits, which has resulted in 4 new projects to be considered for funding. Our district forester so far this year, the 2021 tree sale, we sold about 22,000 trees, which was about $30,000. So our profit margin was about $8,000. And I'll talk about the Big Pine Lake projects that we're doing this year that we're using those funds for. He's wrote 11 stewardship plans so far this year, which is about 1,100 acres that have been made eligible to enroll in tax incentive conservation programs. So that's pretty good. We're really excited about that. And he's done 9 other site visits to talk about with landowners on different forestry recommendations. So things not involving stewardship plans, just general forestry questions people have.
Do we get paid for those?
Our count,
Come out to our place, is there a fee for that?
no, we don't charge for site visits. We do charge for the stewardship plans, but just a general site visit is free.
Okay, thank you.
Kind of talking about projects, things that we do, one of our biggest things is we do cost share projects with landowners. So we're busy administering projects throughout the county. Our potential for projects far exceeds our financial resources for this year that we have budgeted. So trying to find the projects that will give the greatest positive impact and success is important. We were given about $13,000 every year from the state through Bowser for our state cost share projects. In our budget for this year, we also set aside about $1,800 of the county appropriation dollars and funds for our tree sale, which again, like I said, was about $8,000. It equals to about $23,000 for us to use for projects this year. We are also constantly working with other partners to leverage funds for additional projects as well. Our state cost share funds have all been allocated through the first half of this year, and they're being distributed through 3 different projects. The first project was a tree planting in Pokegama Township. This was done in hopes to diversify habitat on the landowner's property, improve soil health by establishing native cover and stabilize soils in an old field that's no longer in use, and enhance water infiltration and water storage that complements the ecological function of an adjacent wetland. This was completed in May and the trees are doing really well. He's out watering pretty much every week. The second project is a shoreline restoration and native planting on Cross Lake. The natural shoreline that is properly vegetated can help mitigate wave action. Deep root systems of native plants help hold soil in place, and above ground vegetation can help dissipate energy from wave action again. Shoreline buffer can also catch and slow surface runoff and encourage infiltration to reduce runoff volumes entering bodies of water. This project is actually starting tomorrow, so we're hoping it'll be done by next week. The third project is we're partnering with Windermere Township to work on some shoreline restoration along Island Lake that is threatening the integrity of one of their township roads. So we are going to be helping do some shoreline restoration with them. We're still working with them, and I hope that it's completed before fall. Our tree sale profits, we are putting towards back into the community this year. We're able to cost share 3 different projects on our second year of native shoreline plantings on Big Pine Lake. We actually, with Caleb's help, we did some site visits for the Coalition of Lake Association meeting last week to go out and see what these projects are doing. These shoreline plantings are relatively low cost and highly effective. We worked with Shelley Larson of Halen Woods, who is a certified designer for these types of projects. She not only designs these projects, but also puts on an educational workshop to show Lake Association members how to install these projects. The installation of these projects are then completed by the Lake Association members, and we're really excited about these projects, and we're hoping that we can expand this into other lakes in the county in the near future. The county appropriation funds I've mentioned earlier, that $1,800 and some of our own district funds are used to cover projects that go over initial estimates of the project. So a lot of times when we get the final bill, it's more than what the estimate was that we contracted for. So we have to make an amendment to cover those costs. So having those funds are really important for us so we can fulfill our contracts. We've also been working on a few other projects outside of our budget. These come out of our district reserve funds. There's one project on Sturgeon Lake that we previously funded a few years ago, and it's failed. So we're going back with our own district funds to ensure that we fix that and repair that. It's been kind of a long process, but we're happy that we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel for that project. We also have partnered with NRCS staff, Wild Waters Conservancy, which was the St. Croix River Association until just recently, and Mary Jo Youngbauer from Chisago SWCD to install some larger projects in the Rock Creek watershed. We were able to secure funding through the Wild Waters Conservancy for the 2 connected projects so they could move forward with construction. It was roughly $30,000 that we were able to secure and split between the 2 projects to cover expenses that weren't covered by NRCS's EQIP program. So all of our project funds have been allocated this year. Without securing funds from partners, we likely won't see the initiation of any other projects, unfortunately, this year. Our list of potential projects is large and is always expanding. Many of these projects will be looked at for the next half, during this next half of 2021, so we can start budgeting and planning projects for 2022. Some examples of potential projects include gully stabilization and restoration in Cross Lake, shoreline restorations across the county, a stream bank stabilization on the lower Tamarack River, and Ag BMP implementation that we're hoping to get or St. Croix One Watershed, One Plan funds for. Speaking of One Watershed, One Plans, we've been busy doing planning meetings with all of the different One Watershed, One Plans. Pine County is very lucky that we get to have 4 of those. It's taken up a large capacity of our staff time as we work with county staff to identify resource concerns and needs to address in these watershed-wide planning efforts. The Lower St. Croix is the first of the 4 plans that has entered the implementation phase. We've been working with county staff as well as other partners to find opportunities to utilize these funds available through this plan. One of the big ones we're working with Planning and Zoning Department is an application for a sub-watershed analysis for the Rock Lake area. This area is a priority in the Lower St. Croix plan. And by having a thorough analysis done, we'll be better able to identify areas that we target to best utilize plan funds and to maximize conservation efforts. Jeremy, who's in the planning and zoning department, is doing an excellent job getting that started. Caleb can probably attest to that. The second effort is we're working with Ryan Clark, who's the Minnesota Ag Water Quality Specialist for this area. And we're actually going to be proposing, as we speak right now, my technician Zach's talking to the Lower St. Croix Subcommittee to install some egg BMPs on a property along Rock Creek that will reduce nutrient loading and animal waste in Rock Lake. The Nemadji watershed, that one's also an implementation phase. It's such a small sliver that we're mostly a supportive role, helping Carlton SWCD, providing input and feedback on potential projects. The Snake is currently in the planning phase, so we're working closely with our partners there to try and identify issues in the watershed. And we're hoping for the plan to be able to be approved by early next year. So once this plan is approved, the implementation can begin. So hopefully by next year, we can get implementation on that chunk, which will be the biggest portion so far that will be implemented. The Kettle and Upper St. Croix, one watershed, one plan. We worked with county staff, so the planning and zoning department, as well as staff from Carlton SWCD to send an application for funding so we can begin the planning process for that one watershed, one plan. And we should know, is it September, Caleb?
Correct.
Around September if we get that funding or not. So hopefully we can start that planning phase the end of this year and early 2022. The district sees these one watershed, one plans as a huge step forward in creating a more uniform and more partnered effort for watershed management. We will also create a large increase in financial capacity for all partners involved with the planning and implementation of these plans. This provides much more opportunity for our district to put more projects on the ground and to increase our conservation efforts. It also increases the need for staff capacity to meet these goals to fully utilize the funds provided through these comprehensive plans. So we're going to get all this money to do all these projects. We just need to figure out how we can the staff to have the capacity to do that. So we're constantly looking at opportunities to how we may be able to add another person here in the near future. And then kind of the last thing that I've been working on is our budget and finances. After all of this staff changes and turnover, it was deemed an important process for a district to reevaluate our finances and budget for the current year. With a change in staff and new supervisors, which we just got our third new supervisor, Jack Frechette, which we're really excited about. So we have 3 new supervisors this year. It was a good time to look at how to make our finances more streamlined and more intuitive for our board of supervisors to review and advise on. This effort was a collaborative one with Bowser staff, our CPA that we have hired, and members of our board all helped me work on being better able to track and identify funding sources. So I have a forestry background for those of you that don't know. So finances and accounting aren't my strong suit. But now we're better able to track and identify funding sources, identify unearned revenue, allocated funds, and I'd be able to identify undesignated funds. This process started at the end of 2020, and we're seeing its final stages now. At our last board meeting, our budget committee shared with the board that there is a large portion of undesignated district funds. So these are funds that are our own funds. They're not state funds. They're not allocated to anyone else. There are funds. After this review, my board has approved to use these funds over the next 3 years to fund more projects, implement more projects, invest in current staff, provide matching sources for grants and other funding sources, and create more opportunity for district growth. So that was a really big step for us to get done. It makes me, as the district manager, more comfortable when we're looking at expanding things, doing projects, looking at staff capacity, things like that, to know that we have funds where they are. When people ask, how are you paying for this? I can go back and look and see exactly where those monies are coming from. So that was a really important thing to get done. My board is very happy with that as well. So that was kind of fast and furious. We went through a lot of stuff. But if anyone has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Anybody?
Sounds like you have been way out of your comfort zone. Good job.
Yeah, this was something I was I was really excited for the opportunity. But yeah, I was quite terrified for a while. If I took more than, yeah.
Can do.
Yeah, but I think, has been a really good challenge for me. It's been overwhelming at times, but I think we're making really good progress. I feel much more comfortable now than I did in September and October, at the end of last year, going into this. But I think we're in a really good spot and we have a lot of potential for great things to happen. So.
Just a couple comments. from
Yep.
me. And one is like the no-till drill. It's hard probably to measure the success of that.
Mhm.
But the success I've seen is I know two people who have bought their own.
Yes, exactly.
Because it wasn't available. They knew how good it was working after they used it.
Yep,
So then they bought their own because they wanted it when they needed it.
exactly.
And I think that's a good thing.
Hmm.
And so I sometimes think the district has done things like purchase equipment to help fund, to keep them afloat. And if you could get beyond that point, the tree sales, that if you're relying on revenue from the tree sales to do other projects, I just think the emphasis should be on reforestation, not on making money. You know,
And
and
that's why we're turning around to use these funds back
Yeah.
in the community. Yep.
yeah, but, and I ended up buying my own tree planter because the district doesn't have one.
Mhm.
Forestry's, the last time I rented Forestry's, had to rebuild it. You know, but, that would be a good addition to what you have in your fleet of
Mhm.
stuff. They're not that terrible expensive. You can buy those old, I bought an old forestry one off of eBay or someplace. It ended up, a guy in Rock Creek owned it, so I didn't have to drive far, but, anyway, that's my 2 cents worth. But I appreciate all the projects and I know a lot of my neighbors and myself have taken advantage of some of those things. The other, somehow, some way, if you can figure out as a landowner, we get confused over, is this a soil and water district project? Is this an NRCS project? To us, they're just projects.
Yep.
And I don't know where the line is and who, it'd be really awesome, I think, if those people all were housed in the same spot, so you didn't have to go to Hinckley one day and Sandstone the next, but
Yeah, it's a complicated issue.
it is,
And a lot of it happened before my time here.
Right.
I know we used to be
yeah.
in the same.
We were part of that.
Yep.
We said we can't afford to pay rent on that building and
There's a lot of
the
politics.
RCS.
I think.
But
There's a lot of politics there. So, yeah. And it's something that actually many of the soil and water districts throughout the state traditionally have been co-located with NRCS. Now, a lot of them are gearing towards co-locating like we are with the county. Especially as we move forward with this one watershed, one plan,
Right.
there's a lot of cooperation. We're cooperating a lot more with counties
right,
than we are with federal programs. This Pheasants Forever position that we have has been a great bridge back for us to work with NRCS, which has been really great. So I hope we can get that position filled again. But yeah, there's a lot of politics, and I know exactly what people come and ask when we're doing projects like, oh yeah, NRCS funded. It's like, no, the Soil and Water District funded it. And it is confusing. So that is something we're always constantly trying to figure out how to make that more easy and simple for landowners to understand, because it is very complicated. And especially when we're all the organizations are pouring money into one project, it's kind of hard to keep track of who's doing what.
projects are great though.
Yes.
In the end, they've done wonderful.
Steve, maybe just to continue with the tree conversation a little bit, we have the DNR regional manager coming next month. And we know the nursery was closed several years ago, and speaking of politics, that was probably as much politics as anything else. That might be a topic.
I think so, because when I talk to them, it's like, they don't rent that thing out a lot anymore. Because they just don't.
Mhm.
Tree sales have changed over the years.
Yeah.
People aren't planting 20 acres worth of Norways or something, you know. They're more smaller things, but
Yes, definitely.
I think it would, they probably got one sitting in their district office. They probably got 3 of them that aren't being used.
You know, which is really, and it's interesting you brought that up because the individual that we did the tree planting with couldn't find what he ended up renting one from Noble's SWCD. And so the transportation fee for it was quite large. So it was,
But you can rent one from me.
okay. So that's something that we talked about too with this landowner was, he was like, there is no one, he talked to the DNR and they were unable to provide it for him. So there is a need there. So it is something that has been, the conversation has been had a couple times in our office of if that's something that we could invest in. So.
It seems like, you know,
For free.
the one we got was made in 1968. They made millions of them.
Yep.
Every soil and water district in the United States had one, almost, except Pine County.
I was gonna say, because yeah, we don't have one. Yeah.
But then they, I don't know, people quit planting shelter belts for one thing. They're tearing them all out.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're wondering why their soil's blowing all over the place. But
Yep. Yep.
anyway. That, yes, let's make sure we ask the forester about that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. Anyone have anything else for me?
I was just gonna point out to your confusion about who's who in the business. He's wearing a soil and water shirt.
I see that. I like that.
Yeah, I had to make sure everyone knew who I was.
Yeah.
I have an unfamiliar face, I think, to some people, so.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, no problem. It was good to talk to you all, and I'm hoping that I can come a little more often than every 6 months, but we've just been really busy trying to get up to speed with everything.
We'll welcome you.
Very awesome.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys.
And the staff here, you've gotten to know them probably.
Yes, I enjoy working with
Yep.
county staff very much, so
Yep. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Barry, are you next? Come on up.
That'll be the hot seat today.
I don't have a probation shirt though.
And we don't know who you.
I know you have one.
Well, good morning. Let me frame this first, and I have some additional documents and for Commissioner Ludwig that's not here, and Becky, I can email that to you when I pass them out, but in Duluth or the Northwest Juvenile Center in Bemidji. It has been problematic for some counties, even Itasca County, for example, has to go to Bemidji now. They lost their facility in Grand Rapids. And in some other places like Washington County has a small facility for their own usage, that type of thing. Duluth, for example, that's a joint powers with the Arrowhead Regional Corrections counties. And then if they have availability, which they usually do, then they can bring in others, just like RJC does in Anoka. More correctional facilities overall are closing. Woodland Hills Residential Facility in Duluth, after 112 years, just closed. They opened up a psychiatric facility in East Bethel a year ago. It failed miserably, not because there wasn't a need for those concerns with kids. It just was mismanaged. That trickle effect kind of did in Duluth as well. Why do I bring that up? I think it's just important to point out in the overall landscape of juvenile correctional services that there's not a whole lot of places to place kids anymore. And for us to have a membership in the juvenile center here in Anoka, to me is important because it's an insurance policy that you have a bed if you need to place a kid. You know, it's like life insurance, right? You hope you never have to use it, but sometimes at some point, somebody in your family is going to cash that in. And so I'll show you the you know, the 5-year averages and how much we've used that facility, and then in very recent times, kind of how we've been using it. What I can tell you is the way that the budget is set up, which falls under Becky's budget, is there's different line items for different types of uses. It's complicated. Becky can explain that better than me, but what matters in the formula for the juvenile center is it's a locked facility. So whether a kid's in detention for 3 days or we send them to one of their programs in the locked facility, that gets counted in terms of your bed usage that you've contracted for. They have a non-secure program on the same campus, which we try to use more. Non-secure are very hot beds. Everybody kind of shifted the way Pine County believes that you shouldn't keep kids locked up in secure facilities for very long, if at all. That item that doesn't get reflected in the formula. So right now, Pine County contracts at 1 bed. And so we're just getting ready for the new joint powers agreement that would start for a 5-year period in January. And so the discussion today is to talk about, you know, what we use it for. And then, you know, should Pine County stay at a full membership? Should Pine County drop down to a half membership, which is now going to be possible, or not be a member at all and roll the dice that you get a bed if you need one. If you didn't have a bed and they were full and you couldn't get a kid in there you would also pay more in per diem if you're a non-member, but then it becomes a sheriff's department issue of putting a deputy in a car and driving to Bemidji or Duluth every time a kid is picked up in Pine County. Commissioner Ludwig, anything that I'm missing so far?
I think you're doing great. I'm in favor of having a bed just because of the location, the response time for the officers, and this can change in a month and we might be short of beds. So, you know how that is.
So what I'll do is pass out these first and then you can have a visual.
I don't know, Harry and JJ, you know, it's located in Lino Lakes. I used to sit on that board before Matt got on it, but to me, if I was a kid and I ever got drug into that place, I'd be scared to death and I'd be a toddler forever. But that's not what happens all the time, and you know that. And so I think I'm waiting for the recommendations from you guys that are living it right now. I know my feelings from the past where we would be not to keep some kind of a membership there.
Right.
But wait for your recommendation.
No, thank you. And
Quick question.
yes,
So there is a shortage. I mean, there's a shortage for kids anywhere that if they need treatment or whatever right now, it's really hard. So if we did give up this bed or if we did something different, and you were talking about other counties that don't have beds or that they've lost theirs, would we even have a chance of getting into there? I mean, it's finding a bed.
that's a great question. I would say in past years, absolutely wouldn't be able to get a bed.
Right.
I'd be lying to you today if I said that we may not be able to get into Anoka. It's because, at least in a short-term capacity. And let me talk about my PIC partners here. Kanabec was a full bed member. Kanabec's now going down to a half a bed in the new joint powers. Isanti and Chisago they had partnered up on one bed. I think they had two, Chisago had 2.5. They're dropping down their membership. Sherburne is dropping down from 2 beds to 1 bed. What keeps this whole thing from collapsing is Washington County in some part. Washington County pays for 5 beds. They don't need 5 beds. Washington County has their own facility. But it's that ship that they know that if they pulled out of it, because my former boss, and we've had this conversation, and it would crumble and they wouldn't be able to do the math correctly and the facility wouldn't survive. So that becomes, I think the greater issue is, if you fall below or their math makes sense where they can actually pay the bills and run a facility, then it's not going to survive. And so, but if Pine County pulled out today and a kid got arrested 3 days from now, would be able to find a bed down there? Yes, at least in the short term, I believe we would. And Isanti County, I know for example, their director flat out told them that is their former superintendent who just retired said, you can't tell me that we wouldn't be able to get a bed in there now, which was some of the reasons why mid-year this year, we said we have to do something else to recruit more counties to be into this joint powers and make it more uncomfortable for the counties that just want to come in and pay as you go. Because of the difference between a member and a non-member wasn't very,
No, it was
like $20.
$15 or so.
It wasn't a big deal. And so mid-year, my recommendation was, it says right here in the joint powers agreement that we can just blow this up right now and we can figure out a different way to reconcile the budget. Nobody wanted to do that, but they were really quick to agree to say, okay, let's make it more comfortable for the non-member counties. And so that difference at that time was like $50, $60 or something. And so for the bigger counties, may not be that big of a deal. They have now officially recruited Sherburne and Benton to be part of the group and have some handshake agreements on that. I'll believe it when I see it, but that's what they're banking on. But as I have said throughout the year is, even if Benton and Sherburne come in, you still have to now make up for the members that have now went down in membership. And so I personally, and I've shared this with David, I personally struggled to see how they're going to make the math work as we get towards the fall. Our next meeting is October. What's that going to look like? If you look at this document on the first page, this shows our bed use by member county. And so 2015, 384, so we contract for 365, 461 in 2016, 914 in 2017. I'll get to that. I'll talk more about that year in a minute. 378 and 227 and 57 is last year. What's that? In averages, you get rid of the high number and you get rid of the low number, right? That 917 in 2017, we had pretty significant juvenile crime, in particular with 2 kids, EJJ kids, 3 EJJ kids that year. 2 of them were extremely serious offense. And they were locked up for a long time.
What's an EJJ?
Extended juvenile jurisdiction, where they essentially have a adult prison sentence hanging over their head, and they either do well or they go to prison. And so they were that significant crime. And then we look at, last year at 57, did COVID contribute? Yep, absolutely. Is that totally COVID related? No, because I think if you go to 2019 at 227 days, and Reese can probably attest to this. I mean, our work in Pine County matters, right? So when you do good correctional work, it sometimes doesn't help us in terms of this membership at the end of the year, because the way they've reconciled it before is if you had underutilized bed based on a formula that they have, you get a balloon payment at the end of the year. So Kelly always likes, and Becky likes at the end of this last year, there's an $81,000 bill that Pine County had to write to the juvenile center for doing nothing wrong. In fact, probably doing really good correctional work, and kids are in and out of the facility. But because you underutilize your 365 days, you get penalized. And so all the directors commissioners have complained about that formula and agreed that this next formula would be different. This formula would be, you get a monthly payment divided by, 12 months out of the year based on the per diem rate, and you get a bill every month, whether you use your bed or not, and that's what you pay. And you only pay more if you overuse that 365 that you contracted for if you're a full bed member. Or, half of that if you're a half bed member.
So what happens to because previous years when we overutilized our beds, sometimes we could buy underutilized beds or use other people.
Yeah.
And so that we didn't have to pay. So is that not an option under the new contract, Ben?
Say that again.
So like in 2017, for example, when we way overused our one bed.
Yep.
We didn't have to directly pay for all of those
Right.
overutilizations
Yeah.
because someone else underutilized.
That's correct.
So with the new formula, when that happens, we just pay for them because there's no sharing.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
And I think that's 8.04 where it talks about the annual.
Yeah. And so just going on this other document. So again, if you look at over and underutilized beds, if it's in parentheses, that means underutilized, and over just normal number. So that just kind of gives you a different visual of the first page. And so 19 days over usage, 25 or 95 days over usage, 549 days in 2017, 13 days in 2018, and underutilized by 138 and by 309 in 2020. And then the last page is what we've done this year. And I think this is just a good visual on the length of time that we're actually using that facility in the secure part of the campus. Our kids aren't staying there long. We've had kind of explained what they are in there for. So, the first girl was there for 18 days, but most of them are just a few days in and out of the facility. So when you're looking at doing the math at the end of the year, again, some of that is, and so everybody knows, especially the two new commissioners, what happens if a kid is arrested today? They get brought down to the juvenile center. They have to have a hearing in a few days. They get brought up here, and at their first appearance, there's a decision made between probation makes a recommendation, the county attorney's office, with probation. And it's based on what we call a risk assessment tool. It's a validated risk assessment that talks about, does a kid really need to be there or not? I gave some of that data in my annual report. And the judge makes a determination whether the kid can be released or the kid can go home or be on the monitor or whatever. And so that last page shows that our kids just aren't in lockup very long. So for us to really get at that 365 days, we might have to place more kids in secure programming, not detention, but post-disposition programming, which even a month ago, I would have said probably isn't going to happen. But now that Woodland Hills is closed, I can count on about 2 fingers of places in the states that I would trust to place a kid for programming if they needed to be in a locked unit. Maybe one. I mean, if it's a sex offender, Arrowhead Juvenile Center has a program. They have some sex offender programs at RJC, but if it's a non-lockup, we use Village Ranch. Other than that, Mille Lacs Academy is still around. There's mixed reviews on how things are going there, but this isn't a lot of options anymore. And so that's kind of where we're at. And so I wasn't going to go through the whole joint powers agreement, unless David, you want me to touch some things in here, but basically the big change on this joint powers agreement would be the reconciliation plan. A monthly payment versus paying that balloon payment at the end of the year. Yes.
I keep getting, is everybody in the state doing a better job at corrections? Is that why these facilities are closing? Is that the root cause? Or are we going like this to kids that we used to lock up or?
No, I think it's, is mismanaged facilities, I think. You know,
But so there's still the same amount of kids that are causing trouble, but there's just no place to put them. So where do those kids go then?
that's the question of the day, or you get kids that are going back home too early that shouldn't be there. Woodland Hills, for example, and I know this even at a personal level, because Woodland Hills, one of their supervisors there came and coached at my camp that I had. 13 Woodland Hills kids were supposed to come to that camp, right? And a week before that, they closed. Well, most of those kids were Hennepin County kids. And in those last few weeks that they were open, they were scrambling to find out where do you put those kids because they're dangerous. They're flat out dangerous, you know? And so, yeah, there's not, there is a big need, and I forget the acronym, but the psychiatric, type kids, the kids that have significant mental health needs, huge need for those statewide, not only in my business, but in Becky's world. And there's just not enough places that East Bethel facility was needed. It was mismanaged. It was over budget. It was a problem to begin with. And now they have a beautiful building up there sitting down in East Bethel and one in Duluth that are sitting vacant, with the exception of Northwoods swooped in and has taken over the day treatment of the Woodland Hills kids. But
So those kids are just basically home doing what they were always doing.
yeah. And we have a kid, one of our kids that's still down, he's moved over to the non-secure unit. I had him on pretrial, or excuse me, I had him on diversion. He failed in diversion. He racked up a couple more domestics against his mother. He's a significant mental health concern, not only to himself, but to his family. He needs to be somewhere. And there's less and less places to figure out where to put that. You know, I would just ask the board to take a look at those averages. You know, when we make a decision, do I think that Pine County should be out of RJC altogether? Absolutely not. The question is, should it be at a full membership or a half bed membership? You know, my concern about the half bed membership is, again, that final math. But we had directors meetings all year long. And then, you know, in addition to our regular board meetings, and some of the things that the directors brought up were, you need to redo your formula based on your whole campus and not just based on the juvenile center. And then their director continued to tell me, well, 3 different budgets. Who cares, right? But that's as far as he would tell you, right? I mean, so I'm not naive to the fact that Anoka County needs to make money, right? I mean, otherwise, why would you be in that business? So there is that piece of it. There's a political side of it that Anoka County is just not going to give you some information because they need to make money. I understand that. But I also understand that if we don't have a place to place kids, whether it's in secure detention or post-disposition, we're in trouble. And then if there is a time, to your question, Commissioner Lovegren, is if the inn is full and we don't have a membership bed, then we're going, sheriff's deputies are driving to Bemidji or Duluth, and that is just not good for anybody.
I think our numbers are down too because of COVID, because there was lack of reporting. You know, you don't have your normal reporting system out there because they weren't in schools and they weren't seeing, you know, their workers. And I think that we're going to be seeing some changes now that reporting system's back on track again.
Well, and I think when school starts again, I mean, we had a lot of kids locked up because stuff happens in schools.
Right.
Well, they haven't really been in school much here in the last year plus. And so we know whether it's, I mean, the truant kids, that's going to be a nightmare for Reese's office and myself personally when school starts, because the underreporting from schools, we know that. But also the behaviors, that's where they happen, right? You can't have a behavior if you're not around anybody and you're sitting at home, but and we've had some of those, but and I think well, Commissioner Ludwig shared with me, maybe he wants to bring it up, but you know, he's had a conversation with the sheriff very recently too about the attitude of kids in Pine County. not only, towards law enforcement or otherwise. And so the behaviors are still there, whether they rise to an arrest or not. But again, we pride ourselves on some of that work, right? So we have East Central as the hub of our Project Rise work. If a kid initially gets in trouble at East Central, the first thing we don't do is put handcuffs on them and drive them down to East Central. We work with them in the school or through restorative justice and try to get them to think differently before we have to use that. So the kids that are getting placed at RJC truly need to be there, if even for only a couple days.
I think I understand, Terry, the dilemma you and all of us are in is if everybody said, we're going to half of what we used to have, there's not enough of a base budget to keep them in operation. And we don't want them to fail because everybody needs that place occasionally. So, I think I wouldn't, I mean, I hate to spend money we don't have to, but on the other hand, that organization needs to keep in place. So I could go along if you're looking for a recommendation from us is to contract for a full bed and keep monitoring it. If that option's always going to be there for us, that at a year from now, we can go to a half a bed.
We can't though, right? Once we sign this contract, we're in for 5 years.
Yeah. That would be the issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Or, go ahead, Matt.
oh no, I'll wait.
The question I have is, and I've never really totally understood this. So if we pay a yearly fee, we're buying a bed per day a year, or
They only bill us for what we're actually using.
okay. But if we underutilize it, we got to pay a difference. So essentially we're paying for the whole year.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, we contract to pay for a bed for the whole year.
Okay.
And that contract price is about,
It's, you're talking per diem? It's about 279, I think, somewhere like that.
270 for 9 a day.
Hey, 279 times 365,
Correct.
whether we have one kid in there all year or 365 days.
then if we underutilize and
Because they're only billing us when we have a kid there right now.
but I think the billing just confuses it. We
Okay.
commit to pay that amount of money, whether we use it or not. And whether we pay it monthly, annually, whatever, we pay that amount of money. We commit to pay that. Then during the year, if we underutilize and the joint powers can sell our unused bed to.
Oh, that's the part I'm forgetting.
Then we potentially can get a credit to not have to pay for that day. If we overutilize, so we have 368 bed days, and we have to buy a few extra, we pay more for those. So in essence, we're paying for the privilege of having a bed. And then that's a policy discussion as to, well, if we don't do that, what does it look like? And then at the end of the year, if we underutilize and they're able to sell beds, then that's great. But historically, that has not been the case because every year the membership is, well, this is just the numbers, it doesn't show the total. But this, on the top chart, these are the beds that the members did not use on an annual basis.
So
Capacity that could have been sold to a non-member.
So one of the things you had said is last year, we did get a bill for 80,000. So Steve, you just did the math. It's about 101,000 or
Yep.
102,000 a year. So basically, we're paying for a bed a day, whether or not you use it
Yeah.
or not. So if you do it, like you said, this new contract way, sounds way more, at least we have a baseline budget we can, or doesn't.
No, the payment timing, in my mind, is irrelevant, right? It's like your mortgage and whether you escrow your property taxes or not.
Yeah,
If you escrow them, you're paying a little bit every month. That's the system that this new JPA goes to. So we're paying a 1/12 of it every month, and then there's a true up at the end. Previously, we would get billed for the usage on a monthly basis. And then at the end of the year, we would get a big bill for the under usage.
okay. But now, the way it's proposing, we're gonna pay it whether or not we use it or not. There's no, maybe you might get a refund, maybe you might get a bill, that type of thing. You're just gonna baseline pay it. If you overutilize it, the rate is what it is. If you're a non-member, you get, like you said before, it was very little price difference, but now they want to make it so it's more beneficial to be, it's kind of like Amazon Prime or whatever.
Right.
You're gonna pay a monthly fee, but hopefully you utilize it enough to
Right.
buy that.
There occasionally are surpluses at the end of the year when they do the math. And so then it goes to the joint powers on what you want to do with that surplus. A few
Right.
years ago, each county got a little bit of small check that came back to the counties. And this last year, it went back into the facility because there's PRIA cameras and stuff that's needed and new roofs on buildings and those type of things that the joint powers pays for.
And if you haven't made the connection, right? Managing this facility is just like managing a gym. Your incremental cost is irrelevant, right? Just like during COVID, our cost per day per inmate skyrocketed. And there's not a lot you can do about your fixed costs.
Right, and I think I mean, it costs them, what, $2.5 million a year to run that facility. And however they do the math to generate enough revenue to pay for that facility, they're trying to appease 9-member counties and keep themselves from going broke.
And I just calculated the member usage for 2019 and 2018. 81%, 88%, which really seems like that's a pretty good usage, right? Just like the jail, you can't
Right.
use it at 100% capacity because you've got management issues and whatnot. But that seems like it doesn't seem like there's a lot of extra capacity just based on 2018 and 2019. And Pine County is kind of an anomaly, I think. But when you look at the total usage by members, it's been relatively flat, over the years. The
Right,
high is the 8,300 and the low is and I'm just discounting 2020. But 7,100 is kind of the low in 2018. Pine County has maybe been on a decrease. Sherburne County maybe has been on a decrease, but Anoka County, they have not been on a decrease.
Right.
or Washington, well, Washington's got up and downs.
But if,
I mean, I don't know that any of that draws a conclusion, right? As much as I think what Terry and Becky and others are doing is actually moving the needle on us, for us.
Right,
And then has it moved the needle enough to change the contract amount?
one thing I look at, like you said, your average, I mean, you're averaging right around a bed a day. If you take them ones out of there, I don't see, I mean, unless you really feel comfortable thinking that going forward, you're gonna be able to cut that in half, but, I don't know. I just hate to be pushing to not be vested in and all of a sudden you got a year of 914. Or, I mean, like you said, that was 3 kids out of 30,000 people in the county. They can make a big difference in a hurry, and then we're hanging,
if it was just up to you, Terry, would you say, let's just go with a half bed, or would we stay?
Commissioner Ludwig wanted to talk. I'd be interested in listening to him.
It's up to you, Matt. You're on the committee. You're on that committee. What would you
Well,
recommend, a half a bed or a full bed?
I am. So I'm still, if we could have shared a bed with Kanabec, which we tried, I think, and that whole plan fell down parts. You know, you just do a half bed on your own. What I worry about is the facilities that are closing or have closed because of COVID or whatever.
I hope other people are hearing it better than I am.
So we're
losing you, Matt.
And at
Tell 'em
Willow,
to turn it.
this whole thing can change.
Matt.
And we need a place to put them. So, and you know, that's like our plan.
Hey, Matt,
you know, we're gonna.
Can you turn your video off and see if we can hear your audio better?
Oh, I'm sorry. So, yeah.
Okay,
So,
let's try that.
can you hear me better now? No, I'm getting a slow circle on your picture now. Yeah, that's a good idea. Better?
Matt, are you on your
Better now.
iPad?
I'm getting a circle on your.
Yeah. If you're on your iPad, if you want to try to just call my cell phone, we could just put you on speaker.
That would be great.
Just make sure to mute yourself on there.
Oh,
So
yeah.
we don't get it done.
I do have a recommendation, by the way. I won't weasel out of it, so.
Okay.
And Becky might have some thoughts too.
Where'd you go?
I was invited to the table. Surprise. You know, I don't necessarily have,
Matt, are you there?
I'm here. Okay.
He's got to mute there.
Mute your iPad.
I'm gonna try to turn you down here. Okay. So,
Mute him.
can you hear me better now? Yes, we can. Okay, so
Oh, we should mute our.
there's a lot going on. I mean, and I know Terry covered it really well. We could be short. Need could change any month where we need facilities. And so we've hashed this over for the last 6 months. Where do we look at a pay as you go method?
Yeah, he's got a good.
Do we, try the half bed thing? We tried to do a half bed share with Kanabec and they that was shot down there, but they did create a half bed option for each county. So I think when I listen to you, Steve, I know there's an impact with the way Terry and Becky and the courts and Reese are doing this, but I think it's too early to say pay as you go. We don't know that, and that could be expensive. And I think it's maybe a little early to go half bed. But the whole thing's a gamble. So we have to decide, we're willing to go in for one more year, but then we have the potential to be 2 years, because I think we have 1 year and then ready to opt out for some reason. Is that right, Terry? We have to give a year advance warning.
No, that year is running out. This new JPA would take place in January.
And then we're locked in for 5 years. I'm still here. Thanks, Matt. I think I want to hear from Becky and from Terry. I don't want to put you guys on the spot, but I sense that I sense that people are saying we're not ready to just go out of that organization completely. That's what I sense, but maybe I'm wrong. But what do you guys think?
That's where I am.
these are really Terry's probation kids, and so I don't know, we may interface with them in HHS from time to time, we often do. But we are not allowed in HHS to send kids to secure facilities. That can only be done on a different file, cannot be done on a child in need of protection or services file. And so these are really Terry's kiddos that we're talking about. I think the concern we all have is financial, right? So I don't sign off on $80,000 bills very often. And so it did probably stop my heart a little bit. And I think I even emailed Dave saying, you have to tell me it's okay to pay for this because this is just so uncomfortable for me to sign off on that. And it is all tax levy. There's no reimbursement for secure facilities because it's, you know, there's just not. That's just the way it is. Terry and his group are doing some really great work with kids in the community, and Reese's office has been just amazing. So I think it's a difficult decision because you're investing county tax levy in a bed. And do you want to continue to do that, or do you want to invest it in programming? And because Terry and his crew have done some amazing things with programming as well. I understand that there is a bed shortage, and sometimes from my folks' viewpoints, they'll call 50 facilities and either there's a 6-month waiting list or our kids are too difficult for that facility. We have a young woman right now in a residential treatment facility in Oklahoma because no Minnesota facility would take her. And so there is this shortage of beds, but there's also almost an unwillingness on the part of some organizations to think differently. And I think that's what Terry has referenced to with RJC. Terry's group has been working really hard to do non-secure options. And so it'd be nice to have a partner at the table willing, like, yeah, your bed, because then maybe we would buy 2 beds if you could do that non-secure programming and add all that stuff to it, because that's better for kids. It's not good for kids to be on lockup. Yes, you have to do it sometimes, but that's not the ideal way to go.
We have kids in the non-secure facility, and we just pay on a usage basis, right? Is there any sense on what that per diem amount is, or how much annually we spend on that?
Yeah, we can get that.
Is it more or less than? Yeah, I presume the per diem will be less, but is it more kids?
Well, sometimes no, only because it's those are hotbeds to get, that they're very difficult to get. There's usually a big waiting list. So usually the orders read move to non-secure when a bed is available. So a kid may sit in detention until they can get over to non-secure. We've told them that. Heck, my brother's in the housing business. I've told him, if you want to make $1 million, get into the non-secure business. There's just not enough of them.
Well, that's the piece where I think, Becky, this gets to your thinking differently comment, in that if the non-secure beds are the hot commodity, it seems like if there were a joint powers agreement with a guaranteed payment that would create the infrastructure, right? On the non-secure side, just like on the secure side, then that might allow somebody, whether it's Anoka or somebody else, to put together a program that would have greater availability, because you'd have guaranteed payments.
And they have in addition to the Joint Powers Advisory Board, they have an operations group. So Sherry from my office sits on that. And they asked for recommendations. What could we do to better our services here? That was the resounding answer was you need more non-secure options. You need more non-secure beds.
And I agree. And that's my dilemma is we've heard all the wonderful things you guys are all doing. There should be a reward. I mean, there should be a reward that says we don't have to pay 101,000 guaranteed payment because we have done all this good work. We should only pay down here, and then we can use that extra 50,000 to do more programming. Kind of like my old story with the 4-H kids. If we spent more money on 4-H, maybe we'd have to spend less in out-of-home placement.
You know, and if the board could say, okay, Terry, what if we went down a half a bed and that other half a bed money, we're going to take that and we're going to make sure that the evening reporting center lasts after the grant runs out. I'd sign up for that tomorrow and roll the dice because that's what we would like to do is.
You could say that.
Well, I'm throwing it out there.
But you're guaranteeing your reward, and all the risk is on the county board. There's a overage.
Yeah.
This would be a good time to talk to Carleton County and see if they'll put a non-lockup facility in their new jail.
Well, Okay, that's actually, your commissioner, that's really, these things have been brought up. One of their commissioners in Carleton County is just retired from Arrowhead Regional Corrections. He's wanted Carleton to get out of ARC, and the reason they won't even listen to him is the juvenile facility. You just, the Iron Range used to have a short-term facility too. It just doesn't work. There's just not enough kids that go in there. It's where you can't get staff to run programming. It just,
Well, that's my question, Carrie. I mean, Togo shut down, right? And so I keep hearing all these places. Maybe we should tell the state, we'll take over Willow River and we'll run it as a juvenile non-secure facility. And maybe we can manage it and all we gotta do is break even.
well, if I could say I was an effective correctional practitioner, I would say we absolutely should only contract for half a bed. But the realistic side of me says, and the concern, and you addressed it earlier, Commissioner, was if we're not a good partner in the joint powers agreement and stay at that full bed, will there be a facility in a year or two from now? That's my greater concern.
Yeah.
And again, so I'm recommending a full bed. And I'm fighting with myself to do that. I've waffled over this for the last 6-8 months because I was in a hope that our directors meetings would get them to open the door for some other things, and it just hasn't happened. And like I said, they tell us they have handshake agreements with Benton and Stearns, but the Stearns, by the way, that'll be a DOC run county. And my whole thing is, why would they care? I mean, the DOC is usually not in the juvenile. So I struggle to believe that that's really how things are going to shake out when all these things have to be signed here in the fall. But we try our hardest to keep kids in the community and not lock kids up. But there are just some kids, and Becky is exactly right too when she says, so if you're not at joint powers, or if you run your contract for half a bed and then your time is up and now you have to find a facility, for example, or they're full, there are places that's flat out now that'll just say, that kid's too difficult, we're not taking them here. That's real. That happens all the time. And they can't tell a member that, right? Sorry, our kid's not, they can say that for non-secure or whatever, but they can't say that for lockup. The kid can't be too dangerous. He's our kid, right? But other than that, kids shop all the time. We're only going to take the easy ones.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So I think one thing you're really struggling with is you think you're failing at this because we're gonna stay the same. But what you guys have been doing, all of you guys, is relatively new in the world of, I mean, this stuff doesn't just change overnight. You can't just change what generations of people have been doing. You're obviously making a huge impact. The unfortunate part is we got to make a 5-year commitment. This is what you guys are doing though, is it even measured in 5 years, or is it 10 years? Or, I mean, if at the end of 5 years, we look at this and you guys are just, if we can get down to half a bed then, and or at will, or like Matt said, just pay if you need it, that's a success. I mean, like I said, I think you guys are doing great. Nothing to be ashamed about if you think we should stay at one bed, going forward. The unfortunate thing is, like you said, we got to sign a contract for 5 years. You guys are busting your butt trying to get the facility to do different things to try to work with the things change, and especially detention centers and jails. They take a lot longer. Prisons to change. People take time to change, where they think if you do something, you should go to prison, and that doesn't solve the problem. You can put somebody in jail, but does it solve the problem? When they get out, do they go back? You want them to change and not come back and be successful people in society. So I don't know. That's
It's a it's hard for me, Terry. I've been following this thing all the time, because I used to sit on that board, and it's like, well, if there was I feel bad that there's not a reward system that says, yeah, we're down to, holy cats, what if we went the whole year and we had less than 100 bed usage? And if that stays that way for the next 5 years, are we gonna have big egg on our face because we only used less than half a bed and we paid for a full bed? It's only, I think we'd still be doing high fives if we got to the end of 5 years and said, somebody's gonna be sitting in this room and say, holy cats, we overpaid for 5 years. Yeah, well, that's a good thing, because that means everything else we've been doing has worked.
There is always the 1-year cancellation clause.
Yeah, so we could get out in 3 years,
Yeah.
whatever, if that trend is really, truly continuing.
And that, I mean, in some regard, that leaves us in the same position that we've been in, where if our experience is shared by some other counties, then there is the possibility to just negotiate for a voluntary change, right? If everybody can agree to it. So it's, I mean, I guess I just don't want you to think that it's 5 years and there's no conversation or no options. There's always the option to cancel with a year's notice. And then there's always the option that maybe the partners can come back if the environment changes enough and just agree to a change. I just did some quick math because it seems at the end of the day, it does come down to numbers, right? We're trying to buy capacity. In this history, there's nothing in this history that suggests we can get by with half a bed, right? If you average, and I just discounted 2020 because that's such an anomaly. It just seemed the reasonable thing to do. The average of 2015 to 2019 is 473, which, you know, is well over one bed. And then if I throw out the high and the low of those years, it still averages 407. So there's nothing historically that says we would do better with less than one. And I think you could do the arithmetic if we had the numbers that said we could contract for half a bed and come out ahead if we use a half a bed and then paid higher rate for 3/4, I'm sorry, like a quarter more bed. At some point, there's a break even point, but it probably comes out pretty close to one. Or it probably comes out greater than our averages would indicate it should, right? I mean, I guess my conclusion is that the risk, we're probably gonna lose if we roll the dice. That makes sense? And maybe just to follow up Becky's $80,000 check comment, that payment came due at the same time she was reducing staff involuntarily, right? So she was having to tell people, you're gonna be laid off, you're gonna be furloughed, you're not gonna get a paycheck. At the same time, we were spending $80,000 on something that we didn't even use, which is really hard.
And I think too, the other thing that was just a little stinging, the year prior to that, we paid about, I think, $30,000 or $35,000 because of underutilization. So it was 2 years in a row. And with that one, when I looked at the budget, we were within normal amounts for that year in my line item for locked facilities. But I think we had a few kids in a different locked facility because they had better programming. And so I think that if we can continue to pressure RJC for that programming piece, because if we're sending other kids to other program areas because they have better programming, that seems silly.
Yep. Is it something that can be done?
Well, the commissioners on the joint powers have been very vocal this last year in some of their displeasures, but that comes out of that operations group. Be done, yes. happen anytime soon. I can tell you a few years ago, they were actually moving the needle and trying to increase their non-secure capacity. And then they had a pretty significant assault that happened within the facility that ended up making the Star Tribune. And then they paused everything and they haven't started anything since that time. So there was that.
Who's the Anoka County Commissioner on the group?
It's Commissioner Ludwig. Is it Roger? Or Roger? Or maybe he's Mille Lacs.
Manor.
Oh, never mind. It's in here. I'll get it.
Oh,
Speaking of that,
Rhonda Silver.
No, not anymore, because she would be, is the admin.
Oh. Right.
I was just kidding. It's not a big issue.
This one should be updated here. It's,
So no decision is needed today. The joint powers draft is still circulating. There's a meeting next October where there'll be more discussion, and presumably after that October meeting, this document would be in final form as recommended by the members of the joint powers.
I haven't heard, Terry, anything that would indicate that this board would want you to just go a pay as you way. And I'm thinking most people are leaning towards a full membership, even though we probably would be, if there was such a thing as a 3/4 membership, we'd probably be right on the money, but there's not. And when I was a co-op director, one of my superintendents told me one time, you know what the definition of a co-op is, don't you? And I go, well, I think I do, but tell me. He said it means nobody gets exactly what they want. And I always remember that because it's all a compromise. And so we're, in a sense, we're getting what we want. We know we have a place. This afternoon, if some kid goes berserk in Pine County, there's a place we can take that kid to. And we don't have to lay awake at night thinking, if another kid goes off the deep end tomorrow, where are we gonna put that kid? We know we got a place for him. And that there's some comfort in that. It doesn't help when Becky gets the bill, but there is it's an insurance, like Matt said, it's an insurance policy for us.
Mr. Chair, I've worked with families that have had their kids go long distances away, and then they don't have the family connection either to help them work through that process. And, you know, your kids are so far away, it's horrible for the families, it's horrible for the kids, it's horrible for us because we're paying a lot of money to have just the transportation to get them back and forth where they need to be. It's not an easy time to have a kid that's dealing with issues right now, because there isn't any place to go. Oklahoma's.
When I was a kid, the place to go when you went to, if you were causing a lot of trouble and you went before the judge in Clearwater County, you had the choice. You straightened out or you went to the Army or the Marine, one of the two. Now they don't want those kids.
Is that how
They
you
won't
ended up
take
in the Army?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
so I think we have to look at it in the public safety realm. And we pay for lots of things we don't use every day in that realm, but we have the potential, if things blow up, we have something to handle the problem. So that's part of it too, right?
thanks for reminding us of that, Matt. Yes, it is part of the formula. Does not discount at all the great work that's being done in Pine County. I'm so proud of what Harry's doing and Reese and all your whole teams are doing to help kids try to break that cycle. Because that's where the real, it shouldn't always be about saving money. It should be about making better kids, better citizens. And I think we're doing that. I know we're doing that.
Well, I think we need to keep this one on our radar. And we've been trying. It's been a rough year, and Terry has been in a lot of battle down there. So
Well, and I think we can and should still continue to apply pressure to Anoka to improve programming down there and start listening to more of the recommendations from their members. They can't just, they can't, to your point, Anoka needs to compromise a little bit here too.
Right. And I know we can count on you, Terry, to.
Not sure if that's a compliment or a shot.
I think that's a compliment. You will not let them forget that it is, they're also a partner. And sometimes I felt like they were, when I was on that board, like they were doing us a favor by having that facility. And it's like, Larry Sutherland used to remind them of that once in a while when he was on that board, that, we formed this thing together. It happens to be housed here. And you've got probably more skin in the game than certainly we do, but this is a joint powers. Thanks. Anything else?
Oh, that's plenty.
Did you get any clarification?
Yes, I mean, I hear that we very well may stay at one bed, but they will definitely hear, both Commissioner Ludwig and I, the amount of conversation that we had here today. And rightfully so. Because I still think it'll be interesting here come October, what counties ultimately fall in at, I know Kennebec, for example, just even to stay at that half a bed, that took a lot of work just for Todd to be able to convince the commissioners over there that staying in as a partner was important. So we're not the only county having heavy conversations, and they need to know that. So thank you.
Thanks, Terry. Take a little 5-minute break here before we move on to solid
They certainly are. And Josh is happy about that.
We haven't seen a lot this year,
Oh, yeah?
or not much. I don't know. Why Pine County Fair as opposed to Sandy?
For
So you
what?
go back and forth to work? Your kids are at the Pine County Fair?
No, they Sandy County Fair.
Oh, it's just at the same time.
No,
No,
Pine County Fair's next,
Oh, some kind of time.
yeah.
Chisago County is this weekend as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
Chisago and Isani are this weekend.
Anoka.
He's excited.
Oh, Anoka?
Yeah.
I go.
Is mom excited?
I'm tired already.
Ride helicopter, Chicago County for the parade.
You do?
Yeah,
Fun.
some,
My son showed a calf.
Huey gunship coming up and
We were
Lauren
reminded.
Jennings called me and said,
Everything was just torn apart.
Rock Creek Lions donated some money, so we're looking for a vet,
So that
that was riding helicopter.
So.
Pick
we
me.
picked up and down the
You
Okay.
get a
street
gun?
in the living room.
Yeah, he said,
Happened in the living room. Yeah.
not a real one though.
Dang.
I didn't-
And the gun on.
We never went that far.
Okay, we'll go back to the solid waste ordinance.
All right.
Okay,
So solid waste ordinance was adopted in 1990. It seems many of the counties in the region adopted the same ordinance at that time. When I started with the county in 2015, there's a number of things that we're kind of directed to do related to licensing solid waste facilities, recycling centers that we don't actively do. And at that time, I don't know what the history of it was exactly. I've seen some files. It looks like there's been some solid waste licensing done back in 05, maybe 2011. So it's kind of spotty. There are situations that come up occasionally with solid waste facilities. For example, there was a guy over west of town here that an excavator that started tearing down houses in the winter, and he just brought all of the demo debris back to his house, and he started stockpiling it on the ground.
Lumber's expensive.
This is before that. And anyway, so that's the type of thing, he was essentially serving his property like a transfer station, but received no permits to do that. So then people kind of look to the county where, okay, you've got this ordinance. It says you're supposed to have licensed this type of thing, inspect it. But we haven't been in the practice of doing it for all of the different like salvage yards. And so it's kind of hard to, when an issue comes up, okay, now do we just pick this one and say, you got to do it? So we haven't done that. Similarly, in some of the municipalities, there was one that I think the city of Hinckley came to Reese on about somebody's just started tearing apart cars in their residential lot. And they kind of said, this looks like it would need a solid waste license. So there's kind of things come up that touch on this. And it's just old enough being, from 1990 that I feel like I'm not fulfilling my obligations when we're not following this ordinance that is officially on the books. So I'm kind of thinking it might be time to revisit it. And so these are some slides that I put together a while ago that just kind of touch on the high spots of what's actually in this ordinance. The first is basically if you're doing anything, there's kind of a catch-all related to solid waste management purposes. You have to get a county license, solid waste storage. These are things that some counties have used related to like junk storage on properties that maybe aren't commercial, but you start kind of accumulating lots of junk. And there was one county, one of our neighboring counties, that kind of served somebody a notice that, hey, you're accumulating all this junk, you're in violation of this Section 4, And it ended up going to court and the judge ruled that it was not enforceable language. So that prompted them to go through this same process that I'm now kind of bringing up. Next slide, if you don't mind. Collection and transportation of solid waste. So that's one of the main things that we do out of this solid waste ordinance is we do annually license solid waste haulers just to make sure that they're properly insured, legitimate businesses that are out hauling garbage around the county. Licensing of facilities, whether, you know, it was maybe 2011 that someone wanted to open a demolition debris landfill in Finlayson. So you kind of have to be prepared for something like that. A license of recycling facilities. It was not so long ago in St. Cloud when there was a huge recycling facility that went on fire, the whole thing. And I started to sweat a little bit about, you know, what are some of this health and safety practices on some of these? And this is the type of, you know, tool under which the local government kind of monitors safety practices. So that was a huge issue that kind of.
So when a license, a person gets a license to be a garbage hauler, recycling haul, whatever, does that license include then, you know, they have a yard where they keep all their roll-off boxes and all that stuff. Does that include, they almost become a mini transfer station at times because they take back a 2-yard dumpster, and I understand their business. Instead of running that 2-yard dumpster, they reload it into a 30-yard dumpster, and then when the 30-yard dumpster gets full, does that license include any of that, or are they just?
It hasn't.
Operating that way, and that's been their standard practice?
Sure.
Nobody said anything?
I think the latter.
Okay.
And do you see a problem with that?
I haven't heard any complaints related to that.
Yeah.
But I know on the north end of the county, there was one garbage company that pursued a local zoning permit to consider themselves more of a transfer yard where they wanted to do a more significant amount of that. And so at that point, I don't know what that threshold is where they were starting to move more and they pursued permits. So again, just touching on the high points of what's even in this ordinance. The next slide, please. Or is that it? I don't remember. Oh, this is just an example of the type of standards. So you got to get a license. Well, it's not just for the sake of passing a piece of paper. There's a few requirements that are listed in there, like you have to have a sign that says when you're open, you have to have sanitary facilities for your employees. You must have records of the business of, you know, the amount of recycling you're doing, except that it could be reviewed by the county. Operation must not create a nuisance or unsanitary conditions. And then entrances and exits shall be neat and orderly.
Oh, I imagine Jesse Chaplin has all of that stuff. You've been by his.
You don't have a sanitary facility. I'll say
Not
that.
for his house.
Oh.
Right. So that's all of the slides. That's basically just give you a snapshot of what's in there. There was a newer solid waste ordinance that the Solid Waste Administrators Association, the association I belong to, my counterparts throughout the state, kind of had a model ordinance done. It's a little bit more metropolitan than some of the stuff that might fit here, but there may be pieces that could make sense. And then I'm also conscious of, I think that maybe some of these things are regulated at the state level. Some of them are also regulated at the city or township level through like zoning, conditional use permits. So there's a bit of, I don't know, a regulatory environment in which this kind of needs to find its niche. Where are we not being duplicitous? Where are we not being overreaching? What are the actual needs? And so that's what I know.
Okay, look, do the junkyards like Nelson's in town and Jones on the hill up here, do they get licensed from the county or are they licensed by MPCA?
The MPCA has an industrial stormwater permit requirement. And then as part of that, you have to have like a hazardous waste plan. and they are severely understaffed, such that basically, unless it's a major issue, they don't really get involved. And this type of property use is mostly regulated locally. So, and then if there's one that has been established newly, they may have to go through a conditional use permit through that township if the township requires it. But then there's going to be a lot of facilities that have probably had junk since 1960 that probably have just kind of persist.
Well, I was talking to the guy that runs the yard here in Nelson's, and he said, I think it was this week or last week, they were getting inspected by somebody. And they weren't too concerned. He goes, I think they try to do things decent there. I know it's a junkyard and they have their own stigma, but in Jones, I think for the most part, they try to do things they don't want to ruin stuff or get in trouble. But now, would this address certain ones like up towards my residence on 131 there, that junkyard that's in Quamville, we always call it, that people, neighbors, they physically see oil running out from the gates on the ground, and it's just, but it seems like everybody's too afraid to even go in there, let alone try to resolve any problems there.
Right. And that's where this tool could address something like that. But also, I've pointed out to the township, as they've called, that all of these practices are also addressed in the county zoning ordinance, which if you opted into county zoning, that would take care of it.
Okay.
So
having conversation, not to get off of solid waste, but that, and maybe I shouldn't even go here, which I can just talk to you about zoning with a local township. As far as they're like, we make so much money on zoning, we don't want the county to take it over.
It's not supposed to be a money-making endeavor.
My comment was, I haven't heard anything governmental that makes money. So, I mean, seriously,
What township is that?
right across the freeway.
Okay, come on.
Well, actually, yeah, on both sides of the freeway. Yeah. So,
I can't.
because we're having conversations and a new one just came up, and I think the landowner on Pokegama Lake is having Army Corps of Engineers out today. I think he was in.
yeah, that's my next meeting.
So,
Who's that?
Thompson, doing some stuff out there, but anyways, I don't know. I really think solid waste is a huge topic and not gonna go away. And obviously a 30-year-old document probably should be revisited, I would think. So.
I think we see it, I think, and we've seen it in our recycling sheds. I mean, people have abused them to the point of non-existence almost, unless you have a person there. And people over here tell me if they're not watching, people still throw garbage in I mean, with the people standing there. And there's the landfill's gonna, every month, it's like, that's the most garbage we ever dumped in the month of June. Ever. It's like, oh, holy.
Do you consider asking a couple local waste haulers to have some input on, because I see on B here, have a committee review it, but was that part of?
I'm open to that.
Okay. Because
I carry a little bit of, I think it works, but I remember a conversation we had about recycling at one time when we invited the haulers, where we were exploring how can we use haulers to improve the recycling rate, and the idea got shut down pretty quick when you have those folks there. I mean, it needs to be careful, but I think that works for this particular thing. I think we're going to be discussing more of the permitting, and then if there is a place in this. Currently, there's just some language about storing solid waste on private property. Does that belong in this, or do we just defer that to zoning? So that I think that they would have good insight for that.
Yeah, Because I think that could be, if they heard something like that coming out, some of the guys could get real nervous, like you said. They may have a 2-yard dumpster and they just got a roll off in their yard that they're just tossing some stuff in there just to transfer it, that is not what we're talking about. We're talking about people digging a hole and starting to mound stuff up or build something that they can get, and that is something that you're more concerned about than, just transfer them from one dumpster to another, whatever.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. And that's where I think just to get in front of that before you start getting phone calls about, hey, what about, kind of like before, you're not driving around trying to find these issues. You got enough to do. It just,
Yeah, and actually the way it's written, to annually license every facility would be a lot of work.
Yeah.
And I just don't, and I think that's probably why it kind of got dropped, where those issues are kind of few and far, they're not everyday issues, but they are significant when they do come.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah.
Mr. Chair, can I just interrupt with a technical note? Matt is not able to hear us, so Ryan is working to figure that out. Others on the call can hear, so it sounds like it's isolated to Matt.
So yeah, I guess,
I'm with Josh. I think anything that we found out with our comprehensive plan, anything that was, it's 30 years old. It at least deserves a new reading and a new things change in 30 years. We should think this ordinance deserves a good look. And I don't know the best way to do it. Maybe we should all make sure we've read through it. I started to, but I fell asleep. Hit me, please.
well, I had a question with Dave, does it make sense to put it to the zoning board as a committee, or do you want an ad hoc, it could be just a couple people. You could have a township rep or a more of a municipal rep if someone from Hinckley or Sandstone wanted to wait, and they wouldn't even have to be on the committee. Maybe it would just be me doing a survey or getting that input in some way. That might be more effective.
Does this have jurisdiction in city limits?
I believe it does.
I just go into that section.
What did you ask?
If it has jurisdiction in city limits.
And I think that would be an important point of the review, is to determine whether that makes sense or not.
So speaking of jurisdictional issues, yesterday, Steve, you raised the issue of the landfill and the deer carcasses. I don't know, Reese, if you had a chance to do a follow-up on that to see if a township can supersede a solid waste disposal issue, or how that might play out.
Yeah, I took a quick look at that, and it's the way the solid waste authority is parceled out in the statutes. It goes to the pollution control agency, and it goes a lot to the county. It doesn't really give anything to the townships. The townships are very limited in what they can do. I think it only relates to maybe collection. And so because the statutes don't give that authority out to the townships, my quick read on that is that they can't make an ordinance like that. And also the solid waste ordinances, they said if a county makes one, it has to be consistent with state law as well too.
And MPCA has determined that deer carcasses are solid waste. Did get that found out, so.
So if this township does pass that ordinance, it really isn't, it's not going to amount to anything?
Yeah, I don't think legally they can do that, or at least enforce it.
They can try to call our bluff.
But in my mind, that kind of frames up the issue as to why Pine County might be interested in kicking tires on the solid waste ordinance. Because it is given, it's an authority given to counties to exercise. It's not like zoning where you could defer to the townships.
That's a good point, David. I hadn't thought about it that way, but it is our responsibility. So I think the question to me is, it kind of falls outside of it. It's a big task to give to our zoning board. Originally, I kind of thought, well, that's who should do it, because then I started reading through it and thought, that's kind of a stretch to give it to those guys and expect them to wade through that. Maybe this county needs to set up a committee and we will get some representatives from around the county and take a good look at it.
Matt's back.
Okay.
I would agree with you on that. Not that I want to volunteer to do it,
Yeah,
but I mean, you're talking a couple meetings. I mean, it ain't gonna be a year-long monthly meeting.
No,
So, you know, I don't know.
It seems to me what the direction that Philip was looking for is what are your expectations of the solid waste ordinance, right? From a big perspective, what do you want to regulate? How do you want to regulate it? And then if you get some direction, then there's probably a longer follow-on process that would result in a new ordinance. But it really is if, for example, you ask the zoning board might rightly say, well, what do you want, right? What kind of an ordinance do you want? Or they may take a swing and they may miss on what you would want, how you would want the ordinance to look.
and quite I don't know if anybody got through the whole thing before the meeting today. Parts of it that I read were pretty spot on. Parts of it I thought were 1990-ish, which is understandable because they wrote it in 1990. But let's take a couple of weeks, and we've got plenty of meetings coming up, and we'll commit to taking a look at this ourselves. Then we'll put it back on a committee of the whole agenda in August and decide what, is that okay, Caleb?
very good.
Sat here for 30 years, a couple.
It can wait. Yeah, no worries.
We want to do it right when we're doing it, but I think it definitely deserves I don't know, Reese, if you run out of things to, if you want to take a look and see if there's things that are definitely just plain out of date, then we need, legally, I don't know.
Sure, there's some obvious, I mean, just there wasn't LCD screens, there wasn't plasma screens and
Right.
Yeah.
just when you look at the
Right.
appliance, your definition of what's an appliance and you see the bulk of that in your storage boxes of those type of items, So,
Yeah,
there's
they didn't exist
no,
30 years ago, so they didn't have any reason to write it,
right, so
you
it's gotta be looked at. It's
Yeah.
dated.
Yeah.
And wouldn't you think, I mean, I would think I like where you're going with two commissioners on the committee. So I
Yeah.
would kind of, I like if there's a couple of us that would like to take it on, other than chair just appointing it, but that maybe, I'll think about that a little bit too, so.
There is a woman who is on the Windermere Township Board that also works for Minnesota Pollution Control Agency Solid Waste. She's been a really good resource for some of this because she kind of has that local eye from a township perspective, but also connects the state rules really well. So I think she would be a good asset to that committee too.
I think of Terry Peterson,
Sure.
Terry Peterson basically runs the Jones facility, and he's a Pokegama Township officer, so he understands, I think, a little bit of the regulatory end of it.
And I think too, to love them, hate them, but real big, I don't know if Waste Management would, like I said, love them, hate them, but maybe if you had them at the table, not saying that they would come with something that would probably just benefit them. Not saying you have to do that, but at least,
Idea, yeah.
I mean, because they're worldwide, I mean, they're gigantic. Most people can't stand dealing with them, me personally as well. But
I went to Matt Bloom. He's really good.
well, I'm saying I deal with them they buy stuff from me and it's a complete debacle. But I don't.
No,
deal with them.
you're right. They have people that do that.
Yeah.
I mean, they're big enough that,
You know,
They
not
might-
saying you want 30 people in this committee, but, a few that, you know, they might come up with something. I don't know. I definitely,
they certainly know what's going on in the world.
yeah,
I mean, it's not like us. We know what's going on in Pine County,
Yeah.
but
You said there's a gentleman that has a salvage yard that also
it's a township.
position on a couple. Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody in the,
yeah,
you know,
and he's a good thinker.
in the business.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's a business guy. you
Yeah.
know.
He sees a lot, and he sees everybody that comes.
He sees that end of the, you know,
But also very community minded, being on that town board.
reminded.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's do that.
Perfect.
Everybody take a good stab at, it's great nighttime reading. I only fell asleep twice in the first couple pages.
Another
Sleep aid.
morning.
Yeah, doing them early.
Thank you.
Mid-year budget update. Did we lose our budget updater?
I'm the budget updater.
Okay,
So, I'll just review. So all of this information in this very detailed multi-page report
yeah,
is distilled down into the next 4 slides.
okay,
So, if you want the background, it's here. But, this first chart just compares, 2021 revenue and expenditures by major funds. So that's the general fund, health and human services, road and bridge. And then the total represents the total county, which is more than just those 3 funds that are broken out. And my overall assessment is, despite the pandemic last year, which had a significant budget impact, the year-to-year comparisons overall are remarkably similar, right? There was not significant changes in our bottom line year to year that are showing up. So I think that speaks to the fact that most of the work that we budgeted to do, we did. And most of the folks who we hired to do that work were employed and were working. I think HHS over the last several years, at this point of the year, revenues are really strong compared to the lag in many of the reimbursements that they get. It's typically 60 days. And so to be at that near 40% level is really good. The general fund revenues this year are tracking a little bit ahead as a percent of budget as they were last year. Road and bridge revenues are really strong. That's just the timing of state payments versus our payment of projects. And then overall, we're looking very good.
so David, the HHS thing to me is very encouraging. And as a naive person looking at it, I say, well, it must be because they have put programs in place that have made sure we're capturing revenue when and from the right people or something. Is that a
Yes.
safe
And-
assumption?
And we, Kelly, I'm looking at you because we have a collection specialist in HHS who a few years ago went from it was a full-time employee, but their time was split 50/50 on collections and something else. We restructured that so it's 100% collections. And does any of this resonate with you, Kelly? I don't know.
I think this was before my time.
Okay. But I think that had a profound impact on having a person whose collections is their job.
Yes.
But the reimbursement piece they must have that figured out.
Oh,
Because,
yes, and-
because that's where the bulk of the money comes from.
And Pat Meekum
Yeah,
and Barb Schmidt,
yeah.
who are social services supervisors, and a lot of their programs are reimbursed by federal and state programs. Every month, they are doing budget updates, right? That is a skill that Becky brought, where they manage their budget. And when you look at these slides, they're always unremarkable, because if they were remarkable, we'd be doing stuff, because, you know, we're not gonna just sit idly by and go, oh, look, we have a budget deficit. But they're remarkably stable because at the department level, there's good management.
That really is encouraging to me and makes me feel good, because I've been here long enough to know when that graph would be way down here.
Yes.
And then we were catching up next February to the reimbursement end of it.
This next chart just zeroes in on the general fund and it's revenue by department in the general fund. And it's just the larger departments. There's a bunch of little departments that don't show up on this slide. But when you look across, very consistent from year to year, the recorder's office, the revenues are markedly higher this year than last year. And that's really tied back to activity, that there's a lot more recording due to real estate, primarily refinancings that are happening. And we expect that trend to continue. The probation, I'll call out just because it shows the importance of timing. When you make these slides, you're just taking a snapshot in time. And so the dashed line is 2021, the solid line is 2020. If we would put 2019 in there, it would look just like 21, because that's a state payment that some years falls in June and some years falls in July. So it's one of those, it looks big, but it really is not significant. Everything else, you know, is looking very strong and where we would expect it on the revenues. Part 3 is expenditures by budget department in the general fund. And the last one was revenue. This is expenditures. And it compares 2020 to 2021. Again, it's kind of where we would expect it to be at this point in the year. Court security probably shows the biggest pandemic impact, where we have one full-time and 7 part-time employees who just have not been working while courts have been closed down.
And that's interesting because we even, knowing the courts were gonna be closed down, we even lowered their budget. So that percentage is based on a smaller number.
And that's the piece that is lost in these graphs, is that budget is maybe 100, it's less, about 100,000, maybe less than 100,000, compared to like the jail budget right next door, that's $3-ish million. So this is all measured in percentages, not gross dollars. The jail revenues are always a discussion topic, and some of us have been around long enough to remember when there were actually like $1 million of revenue in prisoner boarding. For 2021, we budgeted $100,000 of revenue. We're gonna have trouble making that number. But on the bright side, it's such a small number now that if it's plus or minus $20,000, it doesn't have a catastrophic impact. Where Steve, you're shaking your head because you remember the day we budget $900,000 and like.
You balanced the budget.
Yeah, I mean, I can remember that was one way to solve the budget. I'll just put 900,000 in revenue, and then we only collected 500,000. So then we kicked the can down the road a year, you know.
And the recorder, I'll talk just about that for a moment because it looks high on the chart. The recorder operating budget manages 2 dedicated funds, the compliance fund and the technology fund. And both of those carry over from year to year. And so if you make a big purchase, it inflates the operating budget or makes it look like it's inflated, but it's paid for from cash on hand. So it's not a concern. for budget purposes, we've gone to where we just budget an amount that equals the revenue, so that when you're looking at the 2022 budget, for example, it will be, you can compare it from year to year to year and not have to do the mental gymnastics of trying to figuring out what's going on in the recorder compliance and technology fund. That makes sense. And the last chart, go down on health and human services a little bit. At this point in the year, it looks where we would expect it to, looking really positive in the sense that expenditures are below 50%, except in public health, which is at 51%. But again, they're right where they should be at this point in the year. So.
Good.
And then the last comment has to do with the sales tax. We have collected in May 63% of the total amount of the sales tax. And if you remember during the first quarter report, I think I had calculated that it would expire based on collections in early 2025. I think, no, 2024, early 2024. And I think I used an average of every month of collections. This time I did the arithmetic just going back 12 months. And assuming the average collection for the last 12 months, it will expire in June 2023. So literally 2 years from now. And again, I don't want anyone to think I am projecting that sales tax collections are going to be a particular amount. I'm just saying, based on the average of the last 12 months, it will expire in 2 years. And so I think that really flavors the sales tax discussion we had a couple meetings ago, and looking forward to the August public hearing on that.
Is there any data we can get of where that sales tax is coming from across the county?
It does not seem as though.
Amazon.
Well, and that's what I'd like to know though. I mean, are we?
It's to be Amazon and Walmart because
Online shopping.
That would be really good to know. I think people's spending habits have changed. I think people's living habits have changed. I think that pandemic went on long enough to where people look at things.
Yeah.
Just from what I understand, the little bit I've seen of sales and the public, and I truly think things are changing.
Certain businesses haven't done well at all. Other businesses in that same industry have done absolutely fantastic. Because they adapted, they had the ability to adapt. I don't know, but if sales tax collection is been on this increase for a long time in Pine County, something good must be happening because people are having enough money to buy that stuff that they either didn't buy before or they used to buy it someplace else. I don't know.
That'd be good to find out somewhere.
Yeah, it'd be, because I think then Leslie could take that information and our economic, you guys in economic development could, maybe you could use that data to help us say, this is a growing industry for us. We should really concentrate on it.
Can the state do any kind of reports?
It does not sound like they're willing to, because partially then we could go back and figure out revenues for certain companies.
Should all be public, I mean, shouldn't all be public knowledge though? I mean, no,
No,
because you pay in, we have to.
Yeah, but that's not public knowledge.
it's not public data, how much Josh made or.
Well, you can do the math backwards.
We know where it's all coming. It's all coming from the Napa store.
But it doesn't necessarily, like a lot of my business is non-tax.
Right.
Because I sell it to the person or the shop that then they tax it. So that's, I thought one time and I was like, wonder what we're contributing, but I think less than half of our business is actually
taxable.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I go to Walmart and I think the same thing, because food
I always look at the bottom of my receipt and I'm like, oh,
and clothing aren't
pay
taxed.
that much sales tax here.
Yeah, that's mostly what they sell. I don't know.
I think it's building, construction.
I looked at my quote from my new house, yes, and that there's substantial amount of tax being paid on that.
Yep.
Did your lumber come from, well, it probably got delivered here, so
So then
no matter
We
where you
bought
bought it.
through the lumberyard
Yeah.
in town, so.
Anyway, thanks, David. It's always interesting, and I will point out that I got sent a article from the Mille Lacs County Messenger, I believe.
Written by Miss LeBrun.
Apparently last week, Mille Lacs County had this same kind of a meeting, and they found out for the first, it seemed like it was news to them anyway, they are $4.8 million in the hole projected for this year.
Alexis?
Lax, 2.5 million right now at half a year. Because they've overspent by that much.
Well, they've had a lot of legal fees with, I mean, they've had a lot of different issues going on that we're very blessed that we don't.
But
And having tried to read that article several times, it really gets to what is it that they're representing?
right, it was hard for me, David.
I think that their deficit is current year-to-date expenditures versus revenues, which is not you can't interpret too much as to how does it compare to budget,
Right,
because you don't know what their budget to date is.
And the timing of everything.
yeah, they could be off 2 million just in timing.
Yeah.
I mean, look at, if they didn't get their state highway aid payment.
Right.
And they had some road projects they had to pay for in June. Our graph could be complete. There's been years when it's been flipped from what it is right now.
So it sure seems like it's not good news,
Yeah,
right?
but
But it's just hard to know exactly what is going on in the background.
yeah,
And that's where I think, you know, we have gotten, I think, good at understanding the background. And like I had commented earlier, if the graph shows that things are out of whack, well, we need to fix it, not just show the graph and say, oh,
Let's
look.
find out why.
But yeah, thanks for pointing that out.
yeah. I appreciate our updates that we have because it helps us as we talk to constituents. It helps us. You know, because there's always stories. Somebody hears something and no, that's not true. We're right on budget, or yeah, we are overspent right now in highway because some years we are because we haven't got our state aid payment yet. We had to pay the contractor for the road that they just finished. I mean, that's pretty simple to know, but if you don't know that, some people don't know that.
And all of what I just did is a measure of budget.
Right.
And unanswered, and maybe this is what your constituents are interested in, is are you spending the money on the right things? Or are you budgeting the right amount of money and budgeting it on the right things, right? Which is a whole different question, and that's
true. That's what we're gonna look at next. Any more questions for David? Otherwise, we will move to the budget.
Josh is really excited about this part.
I did look over this and I do like it.
All right, at the extension committee last week, he was grumbling about it.
Oh, really?
I hadn't even thought about the budget and then Kelly brought it up.
And I burst his bubble.
Man, yes, we are in that. My
I was,
favorite.
Did you find it, Dave?
asked by,
I have it.
it's been working on it. And I said,
Have it open?
Otherwise, is it just plugged in and we could plug into mine? I don't.
Otherwise, it's in the folder.
It's literally open on my computer. When I go to share, I'm not finding it.
Oh,
So I have to like go through and close things.
Oh, there. We gotta go to the first one. There we go. We made it. We want to wait for Steve to come back.
Because I took that long.
He gave up and left. Oh, here he is, perfect
You
timing.
just started, you didn't take that.
He was just standing out there waiting for us to say something that he was missing. Okay, so I'm just gonna jump into the 2022 budget and kind of, this presentation's a little bit different than what I've done in the past. And Dave, if you want to go to the next slide. So in the past, usually at an August board meeting, I will do a first look at, we've gotten all of the department budgets. This is where we're at before we even start talking to those departments. And I'm still going to do that on August 17th. And we'll really kick off the budget season. But today I just kind of wanted to do a quick overview kind of the budget process, where we've been, where we're going, and how the budget, the tax levy, all of those things tie together. And our, just our general county finances as well, how that all ties together. So your first slide just shows what our budget process this year is going to look like. And it probably looks a little bit daunting. But as I said, August 17th, we'll be starting at the county board meeting where I'll give you an overview of once all the departments have submitted their requests, this is where we're at. And then I am also going to share just the budgets that are my department and our budgets that I take care of. Like, I do the non-departmental in the general fund and things. So we'll look at those that day as well. And then August 24th and 31st, which are proposed budget meeting dates. Those are when now you get to sit down with the department heads and learn why, how we got to whatever terrible big number I tell you about on August 17th. And so then you get to sit down with those departments and they actually explain to you what their budget requests are, why they are. And then on September 7th, we can have,
Two comments before we move on. One is just to highlight that we typically have had, those have been all day, department heads come in, sit at the table, lay out all their information. There's good question, answer, et cetera. There's some direction sometimes given if the board has a consensus that, yeah, that really, we don't want to go there, right? Don't put that in your budget. To maybe there isn't something that you want more information on, you ask some questions. But that has been a very interactive process. And I don't know if Josh or Steve or Matt want to have any conversation, because we have two new commissioners who haven't done that. Does that work? Is that how you want to proceed? Just to make sure that expectations are set or understood.
I think in the last few years, by the time a department head has come to propose something, they've done a lot of soul searching and a lot of work within their department to come with a pretty solid budget that they want to defend. And so there have been a few cases where we've said, Kelly, we're not going to go there. I just tell you right now, we're not going to go there. We're not going to buy you a new Mercedes county car. So,
Sure.
Take that off your list. We're done there.
And you can't help feeding it. Yeah.
Oh,
But generally, that first overview is let's hear them all first. Let's and see where we're at. And if we're,
need a 15% levy increase
Yeah.
to make this work.
we that's not going to happen. We know that.
And them are the days we'll come out of where the checkbook will be burning. It'll be literally on fire, because typically we will have $1 million+ gap.
Mhm.
And that's where that's where I struggle, because all these department heads come with great cases
That's it.
on why they need increases, on what they want to do. And
Being new to this and with ARPA there and whatever, you guys have got the experience with this. Wouldn't you think it's going to be little easier with a lot of things that just the wish list got filled off of ARPA money, or the need list got filled because
I think,
you think maybe it's gonna be a little.
I don't think so, Jay.
Slide on that.
I'm leaving that,
Stealing my thunder, JJ.
I'm leaving that ARPA money off to the side as something that, because we don't want to spend that money on something that has tails.
Right, but I'm saying what has already been spent, I guess is what I'm saying. If there was a need for a dispatch center that.
Right. That
should be something that is now not gonna be spent.
right.
And I like it because it's could be used a long time. It's a necessity. We agreed to it, we visited it, looked, it's a done deal. What I guess just, and keep talking here.
Yep.
Where you see, watch a TV show and somebody who wins the lottery, they're broke in 4 years because
Right.
they buy the $2 million house and they don't see the tails will be the
Right.
tails, the upkeep, and that's one thing that, I definitely wouldn't want to see ARPA money spent on that. It's gonna, then have to be paid for.
Yeah.
Can.
I would just think if there's some things getting, the needs not filled out,
There's-
that.
There have been things over the years where they've been single purchase items where we just didn't have the money to buy them. And I would think we might have an opportunity to fill some of those buckets up right now.
Can't wait to see your slides.
Yeah.
On the proposed 24th and the 31st, if those dates make sense, we could just lock those down today.
First day of an ultrasound in the morning.
In August,
I'm open.
so just on what day?
August.
August 31st.
So they're both on typical county board meeting day, or
Right.
For both Tuesdays, they'll work. I'll make them work. You already got them in the ones. You guys are good about putting stuff in the calendar and then
He does it.
it kind of becomes,
I can probably change.
oh, I can't go there. So.
They all say tentative on them.
Right, so if you wanted to do a motion today to set, we can do that, or we can put it on the agenda for the August 3rd meeting.
I'll move that.
I'll second it.
Any discussion?
Those would be 9 o'clock start time here.
9 o'clock start times on the 14th and the
24th and 30th.
24th and 31st of August. All in favor, say aye.
We have to,
Oh, wait,
we have to do a roll call.
roll call.
Okay, District 1, Trump.
Yes, yes.
District 2,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore. District 3, Commissioner Levgren.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Waldtail.
Yes.
District 5, Commissioner Ludwig.
Aye.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Sorry to disrupt.
No, perfect. Thank you. And then continuing on after those department presentations, at the September 7th county board meeting, we'll have an agenda item there to do some further discussions on the budget. If there's more trimming we need to do, if things changed after that last department meeting, because sometimes at those meetings, you'll tell me, well, what happens if we take this out? And so those things can come back to that September 7th board meeting. And then on September 21st, the thought is that we probably would adopt a preliminary budget and levy. That needs to be adopted by September 30th. So if we're not ready September 21st, I mean, we could put it off and do a special meeting after that. But typically we've been able to get a preliminary budget and levy together by that second board meeting in September. But we could have another 9 days after that if we need it.
And we have not always had a perfectly balanced budget at this point. At this point, the levy, once the preliminary levy is adopted, it cannot be increased. And so previous county boards have been comfortable setting a levy amount that they thought could be managed to, but we haven't always had the budget in perfect balance at that point.
But we
was it,
can't, if we set the levy at the, 2.5%, we can't come back and
Need 3.
say, we really meant 3.5. We can say 3 and come back and lower it to 2.5, but we can't go up.
This will be the levy that the truth and taxation statements will be prepared on. And then Kelly has also historically taken various levy amounts and plugged in your actual properties to show the impact on your properties. And so if that concerns you or you don't want her to do that with your property, you should talk to her. But that, we have shared that in public meetings because it technically it's public information and it just is a really good.
It just helps me. I was probably the culprit of that in the beginning because, and I had her do it on our properties and a few businesses and people that just, because then if I look at there and we're going to raise the levy 3% and I look and every commissioner's levy is going to go up 3%. If it's hitting residential's hard, we're a scattered enough deal. So we're going to get a pretty good smattering of, well, really that hits residential houses a lot. And some years we can raise the levy 3% and residential only goes up 0.2. But then we run Souser's Hardware and theirs goes way off the chart. Well, and that's a function we can't change.
Right, that states.
and was
But,
it,
Yeah,
or was it a year ago or 2 years ago? We set the preliminary budget knowing well that there was a, what, 150,000 or plus gap in the budget. And we just took the stand to say, well, and I remember David and Kelly were working hard and
Finding every 5,000 I could.
yeah, I mean, and that's where we were at that time, so, and I think we eliminated a position and everything. It was because it was hitting hard, so.
Yeah, and I'm very confident that we can manage to whatever budget and levy you approve. You have to live with the long-term impact of those decisions. Right? And I mean, that just is the nature of the beast, that we're not gonna come and say, oh, we can't do that. We're gonna say, there's some tough choices if you wanna do that, right? And we'll manage through it.
But some county boards, we know, will set a 10% preliminary increase and then come in at 3. Typically, we try to, what we've done in the past,
I don't remember. I don't know that we've ever changed our final levy from our preliminary levy. And I know we can, but we try to get it at where it's going to be. And I know some of our neighboring counties do that. They stick a high number on there and they take the flack when everybody gets their tax statements, and that's the game they play, and we've tried not to do that.
That's right. That's right.
The other game that sometimes gets played is when we take all the preliminary requests and put them into the budget, there's a huge gap. And Kelly will probably calculate, or you'll be able to calculate if she doesn't, that says, if you were going to balance the budget, only increasing the levy, it would be 15%. Then somebody is going to report out on the internet that the county is proposing a 15% levy increase, which is not the case. That is just an arithmetic of if every request were funded only with increase in levy, it would be that amount. So, I mean, I'm just trying to think through some of the things that come up through the process that you might get feedback on.
And that's the other thing when we get down to do our final budget. I mean, if it was 0, it'd be awesome. We'd all be happy, but it's probably not going to be. When you get down and people are saying, well, you guys could do more to work on this budget when it's a 3% or 2.5%, 1 or whatever it is. Well, couldn't you work harder to get at that where we've already cut 12% off of it, and that's where it gets frustrating when people just But what I always,
Most of it is the employees.
Yep.
You know, that's the majority of your budget right there.
yeah, my comment is to people that do that, come to these meetings, see what we actually go through. It'll be pounding.
Truly enjoys it.
I won't say anything until we get to the next slide, Kelly. But I
Okay.
think that's Kelly.
As the slide goes on, like October and November, I have additional budget meetings as necessary. So for example, if we were to be adopting an unbalanced budget, then we'd want to be having additional meetings to figure out how are we going to balance this. And additionally, if, I know a couple years ago, we had set a 3% levy increase and there was a commissioner who said, I don't really feel comfortable with that. Can we continue having discussions? And so then we did in those October and November timeframes. And then Dave already mentioned the truth and taxation meeting. So in November, everyone gets this proposed tax statement. And on it, it says, okay, all of, the county, the school, your city, your township, all of those taxing authorities have set their preliminary levies. If that's what happens, this is what your taxes next year will be. And after that, on those notices, there's meetings listed. So people are supposed to go to those meetings and be able to learn about the budgets of whatever entity meeting they're going to. So if they come to the county meeting, they'll learn about why the county's levy and the county's budget is what it is, or the school districts or.
What time is that meeting normally?
6.
6.
And then the final 2022 budget and levy will probably be adopted on December 21st. That's that second board meeting in December. There are a few days right after I didn't look up the date that is the final deadline for adopting it. It's right after Christmas, but hopefully I would think between October and November, if we still have things we need to budget, we can get it figured out by that December 21st. A lot of times we like to have it figured out by that December 2nd truth and taxation meeting so that if there are citizens there asking, why is it this way or that way, we can say, actually, these are the changes we've made now. So people sometimes use the words budget and levy interchangeably. And so that's something that I wanted to touch on. The budget is actually our total revenue and expenses. So things throughout the county cost a lot more than what the tax levy is. So you can see for 2021, our tax levy or our revenue was just over $46 million. Our expenses was also over $46 million. The one thing that I want to note with 2021, for example, on the budget, you'll notice our revenue is less than our expenses. And that is because we had a planned spending of reserves. Because we put extra money in our reserves from the CARES Act in 2020, we felt comfortable doing that in 2021. Otherwise, we would have had to raise the levy another $100,000 to make that balance. And so the budget, and kind of, you'll see it over here on the table as well. You can see the budget for the different funds, but that budget, so those are the expenses for those different funds. Oops. That isn't all paid by tax levies. We have additional revenues that come in from our grants, our fines, our charges, our donations, interest on our bank accounts and investments. And so you can kind of see between the funds of how much of those expenses are actually paid by tax dollars. And so it kind of, it runs down the list of this is how much the expenses is in the general fund. So the general fund is everybody pretty much besides Health and Human Services and Road and Bridge. And then you can see as it goes down of how much, money of the taxpayer dollars here in Pine County actually go into those budgets. So they're two separate numbers that we need to try to talk about separately, but yet they're so intertwined. I understand how sometimes they get talked about together. But we do have the budget on one hand and then the levy. So like sometimes, for example, you'll see, I just had a position change, for example, in the recorder's office. And that increased the expenses. But in the end, when I brought that forward, I said, it's not going to increase the tax levy because we have enough other revenues that isn't tax dollars to pay for it. And so sometimes some of those things are a little bit easier of, we want to do this new thing, but we have this funding source outside the tax revenues to pay for it. And so those are important conversations to have and the distinction to have between those two numbers.
And I'll probably chime in more than you want, but
No, that's
those are, you'll have department heads like Kelly who say, oh, I can make this up with this revenue, so it won't impact the levy. And then the question that you'll want to ask is, well, how fungible are those funds? And do we have to use them for that purpose, or can we use them for a different purpose, right? And there's sometimes, well, that's just a decision that you get to make. And sometimes those funds are very restricted, right? You can only use this public health funding source to fund this public health activity. Sometimes they're very, you can spend them on whatever, like the STS program. The sheriff made a good case to spend those on a sergeant position. Those funds could have been spent on any purpose.
Any questions on this slide before we move on? All right. So just to kind of hit home on, there are other revenues besides just tax levy. So here I've listed just in the general fund, the top non-tax revenues that we have in Pine County. So county program aid, if you'll hear that thrown out a lot if you're at state meetings and things. So that's just a set dollar amount that the state sends us annually. And so in the general fund, that is our biggest revenue. And it runs down the list of police contracts. So the sheriff's office contracts with the city of Pine City, City of Hinckley, City of Sandstone, since they don't have police departments. PILT, so that's payment in lieu of taxes. So for our state-owned land, our federal-owned land, our tax forfeit land, we actually get funds paid in because those aren't on the property tax rolls. They reimburse us. They give us a payment in lieu of taxes for those things. Within the general fund also, there is income coming in from our tax forfeit land sales and timber sales on those forfeited properties. Police aid, so the state just sends us a lump sum of funds to help pay for the police or sheriff's department. Rental revenue, so that one is, we rent to Health and Human Services for their spaces, which that's a bit of a numbers game, but it's because they get reimbursement from the state for those dollars. So a lot of that rental revenue is actually coming from Health and Human Services. And then also, previously when we owned the South Pine Government Center, like the city of Pine City paid us rent, and the Central Minnesota Jobs and Training and the Pregnancy Resource Center and all those little entities were paying us rent. But now this number really is just that Health and Human Services rent that they're paying. The solid waste fee is another big revenue in the general fund. So if you look at tax statements at the bottom of the tax statements under special assessments, every improved taxable property in the county has a $10 solid waste fee on it. And that actually amounts to over $196,000 a year by just having that $10 on there. And when we get into that budget presentation, we'll talk about how that's spent. But obviously, I think in the last couple of years, everybody's seen all of the different changes we've made in the solid waste facilities and departments. Assessor contracts is another big revenue source. So in Pine County, townships and cities get to choose who their assessor is. They can contract with the county to do those assessment services. So the person out there knocking on the door, collecting the data, or they can contract with a private licensed person to do that. And so we have, I think we're up to, 32 of the jurisdictions I think we're at that contract with us for those services. So there's 47 total jurisdictions, and I think we're at 32 now that are contracting with us. And so they pay us a dollar amount for those services. And then probation aid, which is one that you've probably heard a lot about this year, that is the money that the state sends us for having our probation, and it's chronically underfunded. This year we're supposed to get a 50% reimbursement, and this year we got a 28% reimbursement. So that's just the state balances their budget that way, but then we get the short end of it. Talking about that levy piece, here's a 10-year historical look on what the levy has been in Pine County. And so you can see dollar amount, you can see percentages increased from the previous year. So obviously back in the early part of the 2010s, the economy was struggling. The county board had decided that they wanted to keep that tax levy very stable, or even the 1 year they decreased it. What you see in the next column is honestly the direct result from that. As you're gonna see going through these budget presentations, it's impossible to keep your costs the same. I mean, there's no way around it. Your cost can't stay the same. And so if you're not bringing in more revenue, all you're gonna do is spend your bank account. And so you can see at each year end, this is how much money was in our unrestricted bank account, the money that we could spend our rainy day fund. And so after, we had those years of the 0% and the minus 1.5%, and you can see where our unrestricted fund balance was sitting, which are scary numbers, and we'll get into that a little bit. The state auditor's office recommends that we have a fund balance, an unrestricted fund balance of 35 to 50%. In 2012, at the end of 2011, we were at 6%. That's in a very bad spot. You're getting to the point where you don't even, checks might start to bounce. When you send your pay, you can't even pay your payroll. You're getting to a very bad spot. So in 2012, the county board set a policy and said, okay, we need to make some progress. We're not going to make it. We were so far away from that state auditor's recommendation, but let's set a goal of something attainable. So they wrote a policy that said, let's set a goal of 20 to 35%. As of 12/31/2020, based on all of these increases they've done, we're up to 27%. So we're still not at that state auditor's recommendation, but man, we have made a lot of progress in 8 years. And so that's a function of that levy. It honestly is. If you want to keep that levy at 0%, you're going to be dipping into that fund balance, or even, and sometimes that's okay. Like we saw this year, we kept that levy at 3%. We planned on spending fund balance, but we had a good reason to spend fund balance, in that we knew we had just put a ton of money into that fund balance in 2020. So it felt okay at that point. I had something else that had popped into my head, but.
So
well, in prior to 11, if that chart went back further, I think we were in good shape.
Right.
We were at the point where had highway not been in, had a good fund balance at the time, we would have to go to the bank and borrow money to make payroll. Because we did not have cash on hand to make payroll.
So this is just the general fund, right? So that's not all the money that the county has necessarily. But what the fund balance should be is a policy decision. There is no law. You can find safe refuge and say, well, the state auditor recommends, or whatever, but it's your choice. The 3 reasons that you have a need for fund balance are cash flow and fiscal stability, right? So you can make payroll so that you can pay your debt, et cetera. Unforeseen circumstances. If something happens, disaster or pandemic, or you name it, right? That you have some cash in the bank to respond. And then the third is just general flexibility. If you have no money, if you're in essence living paycheck to paycheck, you can't make a decision, right? We would say, let's not meet twice a month or 3 times a month with the committee of the whole. Let's just meet once a month, because we have no money to do anything with, so why bother? But it's very personal by organization and by, I think, elected official as to what your comfort level is with fund balance.
One thing that you don't pay much attention to anymore, but back in 2010 or so, when we wanted to refinance, we had a B+ rating. And so that means you're going to pay from 1% to 2.25% more than that AAA rating or A-rated facilities. And that makes a huge difference if you're gonna refinance 13 million or 20 million or whatever we were gonna refinance. So we worked really hard to get that fund balance up and to really know where all our funds were. Because going from a B plus rating to what are we now?
Double A minus.
Double A minus rating on the Standard and Poor's comes in and rates your financial stability. And if you're, it's just like taking your financial statement to the bank and wanting to borrow money. If you got a credit score of
50.
550 versus 850, you're gonna pay a heck of a lot more interest or you're not gonna get the loan. And so we're sitting in a good spot right now and we want to stay there. I was on the board when we had basically zero money in our checkbook at times during the year.
I think those were the years that the employees took 0% interest, wasn't it? Or 0% cost of living? Because, yeah, there was nothing.
Yeah, the other part of it that I want to mention that you started to touch on, Steve, is just because we do a 0% levy, for example, that does not mean that everybody's taxes on their county line on their tax statement stays at 0%. Because their tax statement is a function of the resident, like this year for 2022, the residential property values are way up. Commercial values are stable. So what's going to happen is even if you guys do a 2% levy increase, commercial taxes are probably going to go down and residential taxes will probably go up 8%, because you've got those values shifting at different rates. So that's why that sheet that Steve was talking about of we list the properties and we list Selzer's Hardware and we list Grandma on 7th Street of what will actually happen to those properties. Should we do this, make this decision?
The year we had a minus 1.5% levy.
Taxes went up.
Taxes went up 3.5%.
Right. So, I mean, even if you guys did a minus 10% tax levy this year, every single residential house is still gonna go up.
I'm gonna answer that one.
Your car warranty?
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
You better answer that. So, but that's why we put together that sheet, just so that you can actually see, like, I mean, we'd have to do a huge percentage decrease of the levy to even get a residential house's taxes to go down or stay the same this coming up year.
That's the hardest thing to explain to somebody.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, it's not explainable.
Well, and it's that shift of the tax burdens of, you know, your value is now more of the percentage. So now you get more of the responsibility. It's good for economic development, I guess. Commercial properties are going to be happy this year. So our top 10 taxpayers, just to give you an idea of who's paying those taxes. I listed out the top 10 taxpayers. It's interesting because the first time I ran this list, I ran it on total taxes. And number 1 and number 2 were switched around when I ran it on total taxes. And that was interesting, but then when I stopped and thought about it, it's because when you're looking at the school district and the township taxes in there, a lot of that tribal land is out in Ogama Township that has a very low tax rate. And so when you're looking at total taxes, BNSF, who goes through the cities that have a high tax rate, their total taxes are higher. But when we break it down to just county levy dollars, when you take that city and that township or in the school district portion out, the band actually ends up to be Pine County's #1 taxpayer. And actually you notice Mille Lacs Corporate Ventures is #3, Corporate Commission of Mille Lacs Band is #10. And then kind of amongst there, you've got all of the utility companies listed. And the 49ers at #9 there, out in Crosby Township.
Is that a utility?
Yep.
Minnesota Power.
Yep.
Is that Minnesota Power?
Yep. Our friends at Walmart. So like if you look, for example, if you look at Walmart's tax statement, it actually says $258,000. But that again, that's the schools, the township or cities, the cities in that case's portions too, where this just breaks it down to the county's portion.
And that calculation on the bottom there, that the top 10 represents 7% of the total taxes, that indicates we have a very diversified property tax base. And you'll recall the conversations on the counties primarily in northern Minnesota with the power line tax case, where those utilities are paying 40, 50, 60% of that property tax.
My home county, the pipelines pay 63 or 67% of the total taxes in that county.
Right.
So they'll be completely broke if they gotta pay back that. They can't afford it.
I think they gotta fix it that they don't have to pay it back. It's the state's letting it go.
No, they didn't fix that one.
That's what they were talking about last week.
I think the state is paying.
Yeah, there was some legislation that.
It's kind of a last minute thing.
Must have been.
Which in reality should upset us.
Because we paid.
We paid, I mean, wherever the state gets its money, it came from taxpayers.
Right.
Right? And so the money is just being redistributed from one taxpayer to another.
Right. The one that I think really sunk the deal was the county where they have like an $8 million budget. And it was over that $8 million. So they would have, had nothing.
I think that's Clearwater.
That could be, yeah. Yeah. I
So
think that's-
Walmart, that's just the Walmart, the one.
Right.
Only,
Right.
to me, that's the easiest one to pick out of the list because it's
It's there.
there, that's it.
It's only one store,
Correct.
one parking lot.
You can see the 4 property lines, you can look at the pavement, you can look at the curb and gutter, building materials,
The 49ers is the same.
would be the same, another one.
Yep.
The one thing about 49ers that we learned when we went there, they didn't have to pay taxes. They chose to when
Oh,
they
really?
decided to come here. There was some way they could have got out of it to do something. And they said when they came to Pine County, they wanted to make sure that they were contributing.
And they built this, the steel workers built a training yard right up Highway 2 and Midway Road. You look behind that.
Mhm.
Start at Marvin's gas station, I think it is. They're there. I don't know their understanding with the county, but I guess what I'm trying to figure out in my mind that might be beneficial for our county is when you can clearly see in the top 10, 2 of them you can pick out. You can stand anywhere, basically in Walmart, you can see what you're dealing with. How do you figure out Northern Natural Gas? How do you figure out actually what they have? You know, you come to my property, your property, Josh's, you can see his garage, shed. How do you, the Elite, the Excel, how do you, I mean, you can look and see what
Right.
shingle
And-
costs and blacktop.
Yeah.
How do you know and get an understanding of just how many hundreds of millions of dollars they actually have
Yeah.
in infrastructure and property?
So there's a whole division at the Department of Revenue called the State Assessed Property. And they're who takes care of all of the utility and railroad properties across the whole state. That helps with equalization as well, because, you don't have me saying ours is worth 10,000 and theirs is worth 100,000. It's one department that does it at the state. They do it literally based on a cost to build. And so they have the maps from the companies of this is the cost to build that. It's this many years old. Here's the depreciated cost. So that's.
Hazard, right? The hazard with that is
Is
more local involvement. And so if Walmart doesn't like their value, they'll come and let you know, right? They can go through the local process and you can decide that, nope, the assessor is right on where we think it should be. And then when you lose in tax court, you can't blame anyone. All these utilities, you have no say so. And so when they win in tax court, just like they did, it can be millions of dollars that you have to refund.
That we had no control over billing.
Can I ask a question? And this might be stupid, but so is there any taxable value to an easement? So say that Xcel Energy has an easement across your property. Is that a value to them?
Yes. Yes.
It's a taxable value
Right.
to them.
So, but again, that goes through the state assessed property.
And it's valuable because there's a pipeline or a pipe
Right.
running through it.
Does that make sense, JJ?
Yeah, it just, there's,
Yeah.
I had a gentleman that questioned me about, stuff. He had a mishap where he actually, one of his pieces of equipment struck and damaged some utilities equipment. And he got a, astronomical bill. That of course had to go through the insurance that got paid. And then what he was laying on me was, hey, if somebody came and hit my shed or my garage, and I said that garage was 40 years old and it's only worth so much, and you could probably look at it on your list to see what it's worth. Now, the insurance company replaced this $3,000 garage. Now it's worth $30,000. He has to pay higher tax on it.
Right,
His question was, who's watching that?
right. And
Them.
yep, and it's the state assessed. So it's every year we get this report and it actually shows on for each township and each school district, here's the new or here's the removed and this is what the total is now.
Yeah. And the technology, that was the other thing. That some of this stuff was, your phone lines were only, we talked about copper repair and everything. It was just phone for simple one business. Now it's internet's going through it. If like Josh puts an addition on his store, it's easy to see. I put an extra cooler on my store. It's easy to see. That was just my question. And other people have questions. Who's, somebody should almost be more involved, at this level, especially if you got the northern counties that are at 60%, 40%. Peel off the Tribe, peel off the Walmart, peel off, to figure out that percentage.
Yeah.
The big spread was
No.
counties.
Statute, so the state, they determine how that's going to happen.
It's interesting because, for example, the railroads.
Yeah.
So the railroad gives us a land value and a building value because they call the tracks a land value. And then like at the rail yard in Hinkley, then there's building value. But on the one parcel in Hinkley, this was probably 6-7 years ago, I looked and I said, well, there's a building there, but the state's not giving us any value for it. Like, that's wrong. And so then I send them the Beacon map and say, hey, there's a shed. And so, I mean, like the railroads are so much easier because again, there's something I can see and question. But when there's 6,242 miles of pipeline or whatever, that's buried underground. And so that all goes through the state with.
So do we get all the companies that have fiber optic cable, they don't pay the same as XL Energy for running power through a line?
No, but that's an interesting.
That's what I'm saying. That's something we can look at.
But we got all those, we got at least 5 companies that are sending all the internet traffic to the Iron Range and Duluth. They won't stop here, but they use up our right of way.
Yeah.
So it's a pain for everybody that does anything to get it located, work around it, all that stuff. We should be getting some revenue.
Some sort of.
We should talk to our legislatures about getting statutory language to make that stuff taxable.
Like a tollway, you pay a toll if you're just driving through.
Yeah.
Drive to Florida.
Yeah.
Something of that sort, especially with.
I'm gonna guess you're gonna immediately run up against some federal law that.
Probably exempted them.
Because otherwise somebody will be doing it. Nobody's doing it.
It would be a good time to hit it because broadband's such a huge topic right now.
But we want broadband. We don't want to discourage them and tax them.
But we want them to put units on it when they run through our county. We want
Yeah.
to have units that we can attach to.
All right. So just a quick note on budget format. You've probably heard me talk about the different funds. And so that's kind of the overarching kind of groups of budgets. So the general funds, everything but road and bridge, and health and human services, they have their own kind of fund. We've got the building fund, which is something that the board established that was probably 5 years ago already, And they were just trying to build up a reserve specifically for building improvements. We've got 3 debt service funds because we've got 3 bonds out there. We've got the technology fund, so that was set up that same year, I think, as the building fund. And that was, somebody always comes up with, oh, this technology's end of life, we need to replace it, it's gonna be $300,000. And then we look at ourselves and go, where would we add $300,000 to the budget? So the point of that fund was, okay, we can budget $100,000 a year and save it up. And so that in the future, when that piece of technology needs to be replaced, we actually have a fund to do that with. And then the last fund that we have is the elections fund, which was new actually last year. So elections are on a 2-year cycle. So previously on an even year, the budget would be very, very high for elections. And then on the odd year, the budget would be very, very low. And that created a issue with the budget because it's like, well, it's an even year, the budget's going to be easy this year, or it's an odd year, the budget will be easy. It's an even year, it's going to be hard. So we created the elections fund so that you can actually just levy a dollar amount and we can make it even every single year so that you don't have the ups and the downs. So like this year, we've got extra funds going into the election fund, but then next year we won't have to increase that.
We do not have the land fund.
Oh, yeah, I did. I missed the land fund, and I guess maybe I was just thinking about places that we levy. So the land fund is another major fund that we have, but no tax levy dollars go into the land fund. So I guess I did miss that.
Unless you just wanted levied.
I bet that's what I was doing. And then once you're in those funds, there's departments broken down. And probably the easiest to talk about is the general fund. So for example, there's a commissioner's department. And so there's literally, this is how much the commissioners are spending. And there's the auditor treasurer department. And this is how much the auditor treasurer's department is spending. And so on the right side of that slide, you can see a sample of like the auditor treasurer 2021 budget. Within, you've got the fund and you've got the department. And then within that department, you have all of these line items. So every revenue has a line item and every type of expense has a line item. And so one thing that I just think is so important in the budgeting process is to make sure that you feel comfortable and understand what those line items are. For example, if you look at printing expense and go, Kelly, why does the auditor's office spend $6,500 on printing stuff? What are you printing? And then I can tell you it's the tax statements that I'm printing. You know, so I think that's an important conversation to have and to understand of what are those line items? Because things get lumped in there or the label isn't as clear to know what is actually in there. And like when I do my budget presentations, you know, I'll dig into some of those things that are kind of like a big jumbled mess, but.
Melissa, I think, has done a lot of work in the.
Right.
In trying to get a little more consistency across line items.
Right, because for example, like you see repairs and maintenance copiers. So we had one of those line items, but the assessor's office didn't. So then they were paying for their copier out of office supplies. And so then you're looking at the assessor's office going, why are your office supplies so expensive? And it's, well, we pay for a $2,000 copier out of there. And so we've done a lot of work for several years on making things a lot more consistent across departments and funds. The other thing within, Dave jumped ahead. The other thing within this slide that I wanted to mention is the bottom right-hand corner of that budget. You can see the revenue, which is in this case, $115,000. The expenses, $779,000. And then you see the net number. And so that net number is tax levy then. So that's the number that I like to look at it as. How much tax dollars are we actually spending in this function? And so that's that net number is, okay, we had our specific revenue, our specific expenses, and where's the gap?
This maybe confuses it. That's only department-specific revenues.
Right.
Those top revenues that you listed, many of them are not department-specific.
Right, so they just kind of go into the big hopper to help pay.
So a little bit of that net number would be discounted
by those general revenues. All right, this is the slide Josh was really looking forward to. So in the upper right-hand corner, we like to, I know that the board always likes to think about how much is a 1% levy increase? So that's that magic number this year, which is kind of nice. We can say if we did a 1% levy increase, that's going to get us $200,000 of new money. So as we're talking about things within the budget, if we're talking about, well, this will cost $100,000, well, then you'd know, well, that's a 0.5% levy increase. Are we comfortable with that? And so that's a nice round number to have in mind. Steve, did you have something?
Oh, it's just scratching my eye.
All right, your head was exploding, no?
Yeah, because I remember when that number used to be like
50.
150, 130.
Yep. So, and this is my slide of just things to think about as we're going into those budget discussions. We have a ton of settled union contracts that have a 2% COLA listed in them. We will just have the one contract that's up for negotiation this year. So if everyone, our total salary expense got a 2% COLA, you can see I've listed this year's salary expense, and if we take 2% of that, we'd need $342,000 more, or a 1.7% levy increase just right off the bat. We haven't bought anything new, we haven't done anything different, but we need 1.7%. The good news of that is some of that shielded a little bit, for example, because some of that is Health and Human Services and they get reimbursed on a percentage basis. So, okay, the salary is now 5% higher, but we get a little more reimbursement. But that's just a straight line kind of base place to look. Additionally, besides that COLA, you have a lot of employees who receive step or performance increases that are somewhere usually between 1% and 6% that isn't included in that. So that number can also add up really fast. I didn't even start to play with that number of what I thought it would be. It scared me too much. Health insurance is another thing that we've talked about so much for years. And so in 2021, we made a huge step and went forward with our self-insurance. And I'm so excited about that because it puts the ball in our court. We get to decide what makes sense for our increase or decrease. And so in talking with Justin, our consultant, he's feeling like looking at where things are so far, we may have to do a 6% health insurance increase, which is actually way lower of an increase than we've had in, I don't know how many years. But building that 6% into the budget, if we look at that, unfortunately, looking at what our current health insurance expenses are, if we did a 6% increase again, that ends up to be a 1.3% levy increase, just off the top with keeping our employees. So between those two, you're at a 3% levy increase right there.
Hey, Kelly,
Yeah,
is that still at fully funded rate?
for the health insurance?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Good.
Does this include bringing our reserves up too? Is that part of this formula?
Just our general county reserves?
Are you saying no? No, the reserves for the
health,
because we had talked
for the health insurance.
Yeah, we had talked about United Healthcare, we needed to get that reserve up.
And I would think when Justin gave us that 6% number, he had all of those things in mind. But he put a star on it.
He knows that our goal and our requirement is that we have to build the reserve in the early years. And so all of his calculations factor that in.
And again, that 6% increase, that was the number he's looking at now. Things are going okay, but things could very well change quickly with that. Another bullet point that I have is just a consideration when we're talking about the 2022 budget is we've added a few personnel in 2021 that now need to fit into that 2022 budget. And I think that there's going to be some requests coming forward in that 2022 budget for additional personnel. So it seems like you can't hire a person with benefits and wages for less than $60,000 anymore. So that's just something to really keep in mind as we're looking through those budgets. And as you see proposals is there's gonna be, there has been already approved, or there's going to be requests for additional personnel, and how do we want to fit those into the budget? Some of those personnel requests come with additional revenue, so then it makes it a little bit easier of, we don't need to, the whole funding isn't tax levy. In the last 2 years, to balance the budget, within the IT department, there is about $50,000 worth of maintenance on our property tax and our appraisal systems that I've been paying out of, I've been paying out of the recorder's restricted funds. So that's just this nice little pot of money that we can spend on things related to property tax. However, we are in the process of purchasing a new property tax and appraisal system. And so those funds now need to be used to purchase that system. So we can no longer in 2022 continue spending that $50,000 out of that fund. It needs to go back in Ryan's budget, which it helped us for 2 years, but now it's a little painful having to put it back.
So why can't we keep using it?
Because we,
Isn't it to buy the new tax and canvases?
yeah,
Okay.
we got to get some.
But we either
for it.
keep paying that or we dip into regular revenue, tax levy revenue to pay for tax and CAMA.
Right. I mean, so that's just something, I mean, I know Ryan's nervous about his budget because he's like, it looks like a huge increase. I'm like, but it's my fault, Ryan, but it helped us balance the budget the last 2 years. JJ's thinking.
Well, what do when you collect for schools, you collect for schools, right? You collect for cities, you collect, what else do you collect for?
Townships, the state.
What's your fee on that? What's your administrative fee or what do you don't collect anything for handling with other stuff you've mentioned?
Part of our job.
It's part of our job. The only
There's other
thing,
things.
the only thing that we get to collect a fee on is special assessment. So if any of those entities levy a special assessment, we do charge them $2 a parcel.
Oh,
So that's about $6,000 of revenue a year, but
I guess I've taken so much the last few months where maybe it's somebody else that you, when you do that service for a different entity, you can add on
right.
administrative fee.
Yeah, but in this case, it's just a statutory requirement of the job.
So as you can see, before we've even got to anybody's wish list,
Sorry.
that's where I struggle,
That's why I said this was,
Oh, this is stuff that is real, and
Right.
that's where, but I always have a hard time with this. Then we hear all the,
sob story.
and then we get back and we do get it done. That's all I can say. We
Right.
usually get it done. These guys work magic. Kelly and David work
I
magic.
don't know, I feel like sometimes my magic's ending. I've turned every rock. Maybe there'll be some new ones I can find.
But the taxpayers that aren't involved in this meeting and they're not sitting here and they're not hearing, all they're seeing is that bottom line.
Right.
And so they don't
Headline.
think there's magic. They just see that there's a cost and it's affecting them in their pocketbook. And we all get that. We all understand that.
I've gotten my tax statement before and gone through the roof and gone,
And you understand the.
right, and then I had to take a step back and go, wait. And then the last budget item that I did not touch on yet is in the highway department. Over the last many years, we've put very little new tax levy dollars over there. In 2016, we shifted the entire fleet maintenance program and vehicle purchases over to the highway department. And when they did that, we gave them an extra $250,000, which that includes the squads, that includes all of the assessor zoning vehicles. That's not nearly enough. We've got, so Mark's really struggling with that fleet maintenance budget. So he's feeling like he's gonna need another $100,000 there. And then just looking at the fleet purchases, I met with Mark last week and within my department, assessor zoning land, we've got 6 vehicles that are in terrible shape. You wouldn't drive them for your personal vehicle. But yet we have people driving these day in, day out. And the sheriff's office also has a very big need for those squad cars. So we're looking at, there needs to be more money put into that fleet purchases to be able to replace vehicles.
$100,000 doesn't buy much.
2 squads.
Yep.
And the sheriff's patrol fleet has pretty much transitioned to the Ford SUV, which is more expensive than the sedan. The sheriff has made the case that, given the needs in Pine County, that an all-wheel drive vehicle is preferred. I don't want to have that argument today, but just know that there is a cost difference.
It's about 10,000
in those vehicles. And he'll be glad to explain it.
Yep, he's gonna come talk about,
I'm comfortable, I mean, he explained that to me a long time ago.
right,
That's
but
what I drive and
what I drive.
And
You can drive anything, it's not a wheel drive.
management piece is something that has transitioned completely to highway, I think to the benefit of everybody. But the funding has not followed. And if you flip back a few charts or go to my charts, I can't remember which, no, it was one of yours. The amount of levy money that goes into highway is under $2 million in a budget of 13.
Sure.
I'm the worst person at making up numbers. But I think if you talk to your colleagues,
12.1 million.
if you talk to your colleagues in other counties, they are spending more tax levy on highway than we are. That is
well,
just,
especially nobody else has the highway department buy all their vehicles.
No.
For the whole county without charging back to the department.
there's a charge back to HHS because there's a reimbursement,
Right.
or some HHS.
But when we went and met with Mark that day too, he was talking about our equipment's getting old. You know, it's, you know, we haven't been replacing things. We've been working them.
Integrators, $250,000.
Right.
And you will go to like AMC events and budget rental fleet management will be there and say, we can do it cheaper than you can, and they can't. I mean, every time we have looked at their numbers, they can't because they have to factor in a profit. And Mark has worked hard and Ed has worked hard, I think, to get us where we are.
I just like what you said early on with, either you raise this or, new income streams. And,
We're always looking for new income.
well, right, like Josh I was in there the other day, he's got shelf space, I got shelf space. If anybody ever brought me an idea of what you can sell here for a new income stream, why not? I mean, it's almost like it, we all have enough homework, but it'd almost be nice if you ever looked at that, like everybody bring one idea, what's the new income stream to help?
I think we're always brainstorming. It gets a little, because you've got such limited options that we have statutory authority to do. And so it gets a little hard, but yet I know we're always, all have our eyes peeled for grants, but grants aren't always the answer because they create a lot of work with just the grant reporting and things and,
But that usually comes from another government source,
Right.
correct? I mean, if it comes from this pocket to
Right.
this pocket, it's still, it gets spread out
This
between.
seems like a place where we should talk about police contracts and assessor contracts. Because those are big money makers. They hit the chart where they're big revenue sources, but it is other taxpayers. And then you have to weigh and value the idea of how is there an economy of scale for Pine County Sheriff's Office to provide all the police protection and charge less than it costs in an effort to streamline and improve law enforcement. And Reese, you're the only one in the room who can speak to it, right? But if you have the same arresting agency, the same, sheriff's office doing the reporting and sending it to your office for charging, even that can be an advantage versus having a bunch of different city attorneys or city police officers who you're trying to interface with. So that's I'm adding no clarity today, but those are the kinds of questions where, how much do you want to charge the city of Pine City for police service? When, if you ask Jeff or you ask Reese, they'll say, it's really nice when we provide the police service because there's all these economies of scales and efficiencies.
And those people in Hinckley and Pine City are already paying taxes to have a sheriff drive around. They just want a little more protection. I think it's been a great model, and now other counties, cities are doing it, you know.
One thing we've talked about them contracts, so even like Reese's contracts and the sheriff's contracts is we charge an hourly rate. Are we even recovering our costs? Probably not, but it is a service to the county to keep it. You know, if they were to go start their own police department, it would cost them substantially more. And, or if we just didn't work them hours, yes, we have what is it, $60 an hour or something like that we charge them, give or take.
Something like that.
I mean, you couldn't hire a private security with their own equipment and everything like that for $60 an hour. But we struggled with that when the sheriff wanted to raise it, just because, well, what's our costs going into it, which are really hard to figure out, but it is a service to the county, kind of like assessing, where we're looking at doing the assessing, trying to do it countywide and not charging the townships, because what's the point of charging them when they just charge, like you said, it's coming out.
Taking it out of one pocket and putting it in
Yeah.
the other, like, it's rather than the township collecting the money, now the county's collecting the money.
But having fair and equitable assessments
Yep.
wide is huge.
Instead of us charging, saying everybody's got to come to the county and we're going to charge you a certain dollar amount, we're looking at what we'd like to do is just everybody's coming to the county and it's just
Nobody gets
off the
charged
township
anything.
goals.
You know, I mean, really, if you want to be efficient about it,
Kind of like my argument on the transit tax
right,
with the legislators.
right.
If the county adopted the transit tax, maybe the state should take 0.5% off the taxpayer's burden. They don't, it just adds another 0.5%. And, you know, the state's keeping their, that they always had, and then we're adding another one. So who ultimately pays is the one paying, but I do believe the county does a lot better job than the state.
ARPA and CARES. So just a recap of the CARES Act of where we were last year. So when we got done with all of our programming and things that we had through the CARES Act, we still had a lump sum of money. And the plan with that lump sum of money, the CARES Act allowed us to pay all or any public health expenses that we wanted, and also any sheriff, jail, corrections type expenses, salaries that we wanted. So when we got done, we had this nice sum of money left over. And so then we reimbursed all of the public health expenses, that weren't covered by grants already, which was $159,000. So that would have had to been tax levy dollars that paid for that, but instead we reimbursed ourselves with the CARES Act, and so got that fund balance a little higher. And then after we did that, there was still $496,000. And so we took that and split it between the sheriff and the jail salaries to offset that, which then put almost an extra $500,000 in the general fund balance, which was the reason we felt comfortable adopting that budget last year. That was $100,000 short because we just put 500,000 in there. The other thing that we did with the CARES Act was we just purchased some equipment and assets that we wouldn't have purchased without it. I think about the jail has a new fingerprinting system, and we've got a new bag scanner upstairs for the courts. And those are things that we would have struggled to figure out how to buy and pay for. But luckily we were able to do it through the CARES Act, and those things didn't have tails It was just, we need X, Y, or Z, and now we've got it and we're good to go. Or envelope opener.
You know, for years Kathy and I would look at it and think, what a waste, you know, and now
We'd
you
spend
have it, it's
days
like, oh
opening
my
tax
gosh, this
payments.
is
Oh, I can
amazing.
imagine, yeah.
Please. And
Oh, just absentee ballots.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
that's what we purchased it was for the absentee ballots, because we had 6,000 absentee ballots and each one has 3 envelopes.
Yeah.
That was
So
great.
watching the townships and cities that had their or their mail ballot districts, they came down and
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, just those equipment and asset purchases, things that we wouldn't have purchased otherwise without that CARES Act. So there's that piece. And now we're flowing into that ARPA piece, which I mean, obviously the Economic Development Committee spent a lot of time talking about. The one piece that I'm still scratching my head on is we can use it for revenue replacement. So for example, the gas tax, we were $800,000 short with the gas tax. So at first we thought, oh, we can just reimburse that. But the way that the guidance came out, it's not that easy. You have to add up all of your revenues together and then see if you had a loss. And so I'm still dicing and slicing that to figure out, because it's your operating revenues, to figure out things that I can take out if there's any way to get some of those funds in as revenue replacement. Obviously, county expenses is another thing that we're always talking about. ARPA for the dispatch center yesterday we talked about and was approved. You know, just those different county expenses that we have that are going to come up, like the dispatch center. I feel like without the ARPA money, I mean, that wasn't in the budget. I don't know how we would have fit it in the budget. And so it's just, luckily with this money, we can get some of those things done, and come out the other end better. And then also with that ARPA funds, obviously we are talking about a lot of community projects and community funds with those dollars. And so I think that, I mean, that ARPA funding piece is going to be such an ongoing conversation. I mean, yesterday, just for the county expenses, I think there were $55,000 worth of things that we looked at that it's like, okay, great, that sounds good, but what's the next ones? And so that's just something that I think we can think strategically about when we're in those budget presentations as well, of Rod comes and he needs X, Y, or Z, but rather than having that in your 2022 budget, could we move that over to ARPA? And so maybe that's going to be the saving grace of the 2022 budget. It makes me a little nervous to do that when if it's something that will have a tail, so that in the future, then we're going to have a problem and have to try to find the budget money to do that. But when there are things that it's an item that we're going to have going forward for the next 30 years and there's no ongoing expense, that's great.
When do we find out or calculate out how many new, you know, when Josh is building a new house on a plot of land that paid a few dollars per acre. Now, when that house is done, it's gonna be generating thousands of dollars of tax revenue. So how does that calculate? I always get, it's like behind lag or something, but.
So for 2022, that assessment was done last January 2nd of 2021. And so I can get you that number of, okay, we had 1% new construction. And so in reality, you could think about it as we could raise our levy 1% and we have new things coming on to pay for that 1%. So everything, it's a wash. Of course, it never ends up to be a wash again, because you've got the other things at play of residential values went up so high, commercial values stayed the same. So, but we do always like to look at that number of how much was the new construction. I feel like I ran it recently, and it's a game of percentages, because your total value is higher. So you've got $2 million, but now instead of comparing it to 10 million, you're comparing it to 12 million. So I think we're still sitting at about that 1% new construction that we've been at for the last 8 years. So, just because that target keeps getting bigger and bigger.
It's hard for me to get my arms around that one, Kim, because you can look at the total value increase, but a lot of that value increase is because you came out to my house and said my place is worth $40,000 more than it was the year before. And so, you know,
I think it was 50.
that makes everybody's tax, you know,
Right.
everybody that got looked at's taxes jumps.
That wasn't correctly assessed previously.
Yeah, I understand that, but you know, the average guy living in a $250,000 house, they open up their tax statement, and now they see their house has got a value of what, 280, 290? And then they look at the bottom right-hand corner and their taxes went up $850 or whatever. And so now they're paying $4,000 a year instead of $3,200, and they're going, holy cats, this can't keep on.
They say way more than holy cats. I said, they say way more than holy cats. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they don't have, unfortunately.
And it's hard for me even, I look at it and go, holy cats.
They don't have a COLA or anything either, you know?
Yeah.
They don't have that. They just don't automatically. It's gotta come from somewhere.
It's a really hard time, I think, for people to live in, because I don't know.
But the good news is, speaking to like that, if the assessment was done on an even playing field, the only time you'd have those big increases would be if you built something new. It wouldn't be of, oh, we found, actually, this was done wrong in the past and now we need to fix it. I mean, people make mistakes, but
on the average, if you took 100 people's tax statements who last year's house was valued at 250,000. This year did you say it's gonna go up 8%?
I think it's a little more than that, but yeah.
10%?
10%, that's an easy.
Okay, so now they open up their statement and their house is valued or taxed on a $275,000 home instead of a $250,000 home. Which makes the amount they write the check out for go up significantly.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, it does.
Well, it depends on how everybody's values changed.
Everybody's values, if everybody had the same $250,000 house, everybody's value would automatically go up a certain percentage.
Right.
Right? Okay, so they lived in a $250,000 house. 1 year later, they live in a $275,000 house. They didn't do anything except the shingles got a year older, the windows got a year older. And that's the part that I have problems explaining to people. Why did your taxes go up?
And that becomes the shift situation. So back in, I don't remember, last time corn prices were crazy high.
Yep.
Our ag land.
2012.
Yeah, 2012, our ag land value went crazy high and our houses were staying here. And so people were seeing, oh, my house taxes are staying the same or going down, but now my ag taxes went crazy high. And so it's all based on those classifications of property and what values are doing, because when the house values go way up, somebody else, or the house taxes go way up, someone else's are staying the same or going down.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, like in 2022, I mean, it's going to be your vacant ag land that's going to stay the same or go down, and it's going to be your commercial that stay the same or go down, because those values stayed very much the same. And so it's kind of interesting. Sometimes I'll do the exercise with people of, okay, let's look at yours. And yep, I get yours went up 12%, But then let's look at the vacant piece next door. Okay, your vacant piece next door stayed the same or went down. And that's why, because those values are changing at different rates. But I know it's a very abstract,
I can understand it.
right?
Oh,
Explaining.
I have a hard time explaining it to
Mhm.
somebody, which means I probably don't thoroughly understand it, but
Yeah.
that's the way I am.
Mhm.
It's very difficult to explain to people.
Right. Okay, move on to I think we're almost to the last slide. Yes, we are on the last slide. Restricted funds was something that I wanted to talk about. So we touched on today a little bit, these recorder restricted funds. But I just want to explain that a little bit and talk about that. So some money that we get has very specific statutory language that comes with it that says you can only use it for this. Or it's grant dollars and you can only use it for this. And also there's certain dollars that the county board has also said, okay, we want to commit those to this project. For example, in the jail, that was 2 years ago, the county board committed the revenue from the jail canteen. So the inmates buying their honey buns, they took the revenue from that and said, we're going to put it in a pot for jail expenses. So Rod, when you need to buy a new dishwasher for the jail, you can buy it out of that pot of money. It doesn't need to go into your budget. Like there's this pot of money created that we budget for spending those things, but yet it's not something like we have to scratch our head and figure out where we're going to find the money. So I have a list, and over the years, those restricted and committed fund balances have grown and grown. And so last year, that was one of my endeavors on how to balance the budget is let's figure out how to spend these funds rather than asking the taxpayers to use for more funds. Let's figure out how to use these funds to buy things that we're already trying, that we're trying to buy. Which I feel like maybe last year we failed at that because the restricted fund balance increased by over $500,000. And so we will kind of jump into what some of those funds are. So we've got the AIS Aquatic Invasive Species Fund. So that's an aid that we get from the state every year to the tune of just over $100,000. So every February, the board approves the work plan to spend those dollars. But every year we don't spend those dollars. And so then they just keep rolling over to the next year in their own little special pot of money that we can only spend on AIS. Gun permits, so the sheriff issues gun permits. He can only spend that money on things that are costs to issue the gun permits.
Concealed carry for Pine County only.
Mm-hmm.
That amount, wow.
Yep, so that's, over the years, they brought in X amount of revenue, the expenses, so they brought in $100,000, the expenses were $50,000. So then we had $50,000 of money to put in this restricted fund that can be used for things related to gun permits.
Are those yearly, annual, each one?
So this is the rolling balance.
That's what's sitting in the savings account.
Right, yep, it's essentially the savings account for this specific purpose. MICV is a home visiting program in Health and Human Services that they got some grant dollars for, and it's a fund that can only be used for those home visits. Attorney forfeitures, the jail canteen, I talked about that. That was a county board decision of we want to make this jail canteen its own fund.
What can you use that money on?
So the attorney forfeitures is restricted by statute. Some statutes say, depends where it comes from. So to kind of back it up a little bit, on certain criminal cases, we can forfeit property. For instance, you get your third or fourth DWI, we can take your vehicle and forfeit it. And then the value of the vehicle, it's sold, and 75% goes to sheriff, 20 to 25% goes to my office, and then a small percentage goes maybe to the state or another budget. And so that's how that forfeiture builds up, and then the statute's restricted on how you can spend it. So most of it says prosecution related things, or I can't remember the exact language, but prosecuted related expenses. And then if it's a drug forfeiture, it's got to be spent on drug prosecution related expenses. And so like that budget there, that.
And I lumped everything just together.
Yeah, like, so my, my attorney forfeitures, that's not a yearly budget. That's basically,
Right.
that's,
Accumulation of several years.
yeah, decades actually. So.
Right, yeah, literally from the beginning of time of,
Yeah, because when I started as county attorney in 2015, I think it was in the 80s, 80,000. So it's just, it slowly builds and
right,
we actually lose more money in forfeitures than we make every year. So that's why it barely builds up.
yeah.
These funds also can provide a little bit of a safety net if you have a significant case to prosecute, is that?
Yep. That's kind of the standard throughout the state with county attorneys. They always say, just kind of leave your forfeiture budgets because we're all going to get that one case where you need a $50,000 expert. And instead of me coming to the board saying, you know, hey, I need some money, it's there. Or if we go over in our training budget or something like that, I can pull some out there and use that for training.
Pull out at the bottom, the land fund,
Yeah,
and then the Parks and Recreation piece, that is a new one for 2020.
correct.
So that 120 represents a portion of that 500.
Of the 409, yeah,
Oh, no, I'm sorry, the increase. So
Oh,
we increased
right.
500,000. The board created a new designated fund that 120,000 went into. So in just looking at a year-to-year change,
Right.
the increase was closer to 375,000.
right. Yeah, and recorder, so with every document that gets recorded, $10, so it's $46 to record a document, a real estate document, or any document in the recorder's office. Statutorily, $10 of that goes into this recorder compliance fund. And so that's supposed to be used between like the assessor's office, the auditor's office, the treasurer's office, and the recorder's office to purchase property records items. So that's that fund that I was talking about that we've been paying for our property tax and appraisal system maintenance out of. But we've been intentionally building it up because we need to buy that new property tax and CAMA system. That's to the tune of 350,000 plus. And so rather than coming to the board saying, we need $350,000 to buy this system, we still come to the board and say that, but then, you know, we've got this savings account that's building to pay for it. The recorder technology fund, so the compliance fund is $10 on every single recorded document. The technology fund is $11 on every recorded document. And those funds are very restricted, so they have to be used for technology for the recorder's office. And so between myself and Ryan, we've come up with some helpful ways to spend that money because like the recorder's office heavily uses our imaging, our scanning system. So the recorder's office pays for all of the maintenance for that, even though there's some other departments that dabble using it. So we're always looking for expenses that we can shift to that fund because you can only, I mean, we've got 3 gals in the recorder's office. We can buy them a computer every year and like, what else are we going to buy them? A new scanner? I mean, which we do that every once in a while when we need it, but that really builds up pretty fast when you think about, I mean, on a daily average lately, we've been recording 75 documents. I mean, so it's a lot of money that goes in there every day. So we are very thoughtful on what expenses can we put to that.
Who sets the $10 fee and the $11 fee?
Statute, the legislature.
Can't change it.
When I was the county recorder, I brought it up, but I think that a lot of counties are not, a lot of county recorders are not open to that discussion because they feel like if they bring it up, they'll lose it. So it's kind of one of those things of just let it be.
Yeah. Well, if the houses are selling for 50,000 more and everything is going up, I was just curious as to why, you know, that wouldn't.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, there's $5,000 properties probably selling too that pay 10, but
right.
selling a $400,000 one, the line item of going from $10 to $30 wouldn't even be looked at,
Yeah.
but it's.
So, but like what you're, yeah, and what you're talking, so like every sale also pays deed tax, for example, which is a percentage of the sale price.
Okay, there's a.
And so there is that. This is just the base recording fee. And same with like there's mortgage registration tax, a
You
percent.
don't get to keep that tax,
You get to keep 3%.
3%.
So I mean, in a given month, I mean, we're collecting like $50,000 worth of deed tax and mortgage registration tax, and we get to keep 3%. And the state gets the rest.
And we do all the work.
Right.
That's about
So,
par for the course.
Of all of these balances that you've represented, they're all in the general fund except McVie,
And land.
the human services, and then the land, which is.
Right. And so that's just something that I want to make sure is on your radars too, as you're talking to departments and talking to me of, are there expenses within those department budgets that could be under some of these categories that maybe we don't have to levy for those things. We could shift them to, I mean, this over $2 million balance that we've got that we can't spend on other things. Except for the recorder compliance, it has $330,000 in it, but it's all committed.
For anyone who wasn't following along, Matt had to leave at 12:32.
Right. All right, that's the end of what I had. So
Thank you.
with that, I mean, August 17th, you'll see me again and I'll talk about where we are now that I've seen the budgets, seen what each department head is putting in and make a game plan from there, what we do.
Anybody got any other questions?
Oh, that's.
My only question, and you gotta go to the fair, but how did the deputy registrar become a private business?
I don't know, and it's
Years and years.
hard for me to know how they actually stay afloat. Because, so like in Isani County, which I mean, this was 15 years ago, but when I worked in the auditor's office there, for every driver's license we renewed, we got $1. So you renew 50 driver's license in a day and you made $50. I mean, I'm assuming that is amounts more than that now, but yet I don't know how it works.
I don't know either.
I can't figure it out.
I get questioned about that because in the last year, something happened. Because the one in Pine City, because of COVID, they only let 2 people in the office at once. So you stand outside, and I refuse to stand outside in January to get something.
We drove.
So I renew everything I can online, but for some reason.
Things you can.
The state says you can't renew your camper tabs online, you gotta do it in person. And if you're gonna get farm plates, the old farm truck, you gotta do it in.
Yeah.
And collector plates, I think, or some certain things, so.
They put that mailbox there, so you could put it in the mailbox and then they do it and mail it back to you.
Yeah, but when you're going camping next week,
No.
You go to Sandstone and stand inside. I did.
We did too.
but I look at that and I think, if the county made people stand in line for an hour outside to get in the door to pay their tax, do anything, my phone would light up like a Christmas tree. It's the worst customer service ever.
It always has been there.
And
Yeah.
if you talk to anybody, they're all gonna say the same thing.
And
And they're so frustrated.
I was talking to one of our reps and he said where he's at, you get there, you call a phone number. And then when it's your turn, they text you so you can sit in your vehicle.
That's,
It's 100 degrees or -40. And then when it's your turn, then you just go up. So,
there's no parking at the Pine City one.
yeah. Well, there isn't.
That were driving to Pine City
There were-
because they said Pine City
There were
was
people
better
from
than.
the cities. I
Yeah.
mean, that snow day that I stood in line,
Yeah.
there were no local people in line.
Yeah, they said it was easier coming here than it was going to their local.
Yeah, like you.
I'm telling
I don't know what
Put a-
happened, because it didn't used to be like that.
Well, because none of, all those down there, you needed appointments and the appointments were full.
You ran your business like that, people would just go elsewhere, but there's,
Okay.
there's no other place to go.
I mean,
That's what's.
and it seems like the people get frustrated because it's like a quasi governmental
Function.
function. Why don't you do it at the county? I go, I don't know. I don't know why it at one point used to be able to go to the county auditor's office and buy your hunting license and stuff.
And how come we can't do passports here?
I'm working on it.
Are you?
The federal government moves crazy slow.
Because I know that in Isani County, you can go to the auditor's office.
Yeah, but it turns out the federal government's working from home.
There was,
I don't know. I'm just banging my head on the, it's just crazy to me of, okay, well, we'll get you that packet of information. And then like 3 months will go by, I'll ask, and then they'll be like, oh, well, it will go out in the mail. Yes, we've got you on the list. And it's like,
And then can I just make one more comment from yesterday's county board meeting? So I always talk about the board meeting with my husband when I go home at night. And he always comes up with really good questions. So when they talked about,
all in.
I know he should. So when we amended the contract with Cloquet, okay, he said, was there not a possibility of installing cameras versus canceling that? Because he said, all that garbage is going to go in the ditch.
Yeah, it is.
And I said, yes. So was that ever thought of maybe putting cameras?
We have talked about that in the.
And we, like in Brook Park, we had put cameras for a while, but we never could get enough info or anything for the sheriff's office to be able to do much with it. And then the amount of time we spent looking through tapes to figure out, okay, there's a mattress in the recycling shed. Now what? And like the city of Finlayson, I mean, we worked with them, tried to come up with solutions and there wasn't anything. But Finlayson, in my mind, Finlayson's not that far from the North Pine Transfer Station or the Sandstone Recycling.
It's just.
I know
the fact that-
it's fact.
Yeah, and it's just the fact that people are so irresponsible that they're going to throw their stuff in the ditch.
You could put a ring. Know that my daughter-in-law just dropped something off at her house right now.
We were Mexican when our friend going, oh my gosh, somebody's at my house, calling the neighbor, can you go pick up my package? It's like,
Anyway, I think we'll call our meeting adjourned.
good.
Thank you.
I wrote something down and I don't know.
I went to Deary last night
Yeah.
and I met the, speaking of Houston with her treasurer.
Oh,